Book 11, The October Surprise, written by R.B. Martin, and narrated by Adam Mystery. Introduction. Chapter: The October Surprise. October doesn't arrive. It interrupts. September had weight to it. Movement. Noise. Consequence you could track while it was happening. You knew when it started. You knew when it hit. October waits. It lets you think you found your footing again. Lets the ground settle just long enough for you to believe you're still in control. Then it takes it. Cape Town should have left something behind. Noise. Debris. A mistake you could hold on to and work backward from. Instead, it cleared itself out across 3 continents like it had never existed. Docks went quiet. Manifests disappeared. Systems reset without leaving a seam wide enough to follow. That's what stays with you. Not the violence, the absence. Pressure doesn't always break you. Sometimes it strips everything out and leaves the structure standing, functioning, moving, just empty. The Gulfstream engines wound down behind me, heat rolling off the tarmac in slow waves. Ground crews moved in patterns they'd run 100 times before. Security held distance. No one stepped out of line. Everything looked right. That didn't mean anything anymore. I came off the steps at the same pace as the rest of them, men who thought they knew where they were going. No perimeter check, no scan for tails, no second glance at anything that didn't belong. If Meridian wanted eyes on me, they were already there. That part wasn't optional. The air felt heavier back in the States. Not temperature, not humidity. Something that settled in without asking and stayed there when you moved. No bureau, no agency, no one waiting to brief or debrief, no one telling me what came next. That told me everything. They weren't bringing me back in. They were letting me drift. Or they thought they were. The phone stayed quiet. No missed calls. No messages. Clean. Too clean. Silence used to mean space. Now it meant control. The driver didn't ask where I was headed, didn't check the mirror, just pulled into traffic like the route had already been decided. I let the road carry. Riverbend didn't change while I was gone. It never does. Same low noise, same controlled rhythm. People moving through it like they understood where they fit. They didn't. I didn't either. Not anymore. He dropped me 2 blocks off Mercer without a word. I stepped out and started walking before the car cleared the curb. No luggage, no paperwork, nothing tied to Cape Town. That was deliberate. Africa didn't follow me back. But whatever sat behind it did. The building held its shape the same way it always had. Glass clean, reflection stable, nothing out of place, which meant there was. Inside, the hallway carried the same layered smell, paint, old wood, something underneath that never left. The kind of place that keeps history whether you want it or not. I passed the mail, passed the routine. Those things didn't mean control anymore. They meant exposure. The stairs creaked on the 3rd step like they always did. Light flickered halfway up the landing. The door at the end of the hall waited exactly where it should. Everything in place, everything holding. I unlocked it without looking down. The office opened quiet. Still, but not untouched. Artemis had been here. Not obvious, not surface level. The lines were cleaner. Systems tucked just outside visibility. Infrastructure expanded, not replaced. He didn't fix things. He prepared them. I left everything powered down. No feeds, no systems, no reach. Because for the first time since December, I wasn't stepping into a case. I stood there longer than I should have. Let the space settle. Let the absence speak. That's when it shifted. Not the room, not the air, the position. October doesn't announce itself. It waits until you stop moving long enough to realize something's already off. My eyes went to the desk, not to what was there, to what wasn't. Then I saw it. Placed. Not hidden. Not displayed. Positioned exactly where it would be found without being searched for. A single sheet. No envelope. No markings. No trace of how it got there. I didn't reach for it immediately. Didn't need to. That part changes first. You stop asking how something got in. You start asking why it was left. I crossed the room and picked it up. One line, no signature, no excess. You're still standing. The room didn't move, didn't react. Didn't need to. Because the message wasn't about what I'd done. It was about what came next. October comes in and clips your knees from under you. And it doesn't stop when you hit the ground. It takes the advantage. I folded the paper once and slid it into my coat. Not evidence, not leverage, position. Because that's what this was now. Not a case. Not a lead. Not something that closed clean. Something I had stepped into. Something that had already decided where I fit inside it. I moved to the window and cracked the blind just enough to see the street. Same traffic, same rhythm. Same people moving like everything still made sense. I let the blind fall back into place. October doesn't wait for you to be ready. It doesn't care if you see it coming. It steps forward and takes what's left of the advantage. Chapter 1. Stockdale, B. 0. 100. 1026. The letter stayed in my pocket longer than it needed to. Not because I hadn't read it. Because I didn't need to read it again. That part shifts first. You stop reacting to what's in front of you. You start deciding where it fits. The office held quiet the way it always had. Systems down. No ambient hum. No external feed bleeding through the walls. Just space sitting exactly where it belonged. That used to feel like control. Now it felt like delay. I pulled the paper from my coat, unfolded it once, and set it on the desk. You're still standing. No demand, no threat, no instruction. Just placement. I left it where it could be seen and powered up Artemis's system. It came online clean, faster than before I left. He'd tightened it, streamlined the routing, stripped out excess pathways, buried the deeper layers behind cleaner interfaces. He didn't upgrade it. He made it harder to read. I bypassed external feeds and went straight to internal security. Office, hallway, entry points. Then I pulled the timeline back. Not hours, not days. August, the day I left for South Africa. The system loaded fast, indexing footage in layers. Artemis didn't leave anything raw. Everything was structured before you touched it. I let it run at first. Normal speed. Watched the office from the outside for the first time in weeks. Empty. Still. Uninterrupted. Artemis moved through once. Drop-off, adjustments, no wasted motion. He set the system the way he wanted it, and walked out. He didn't come back. The footage kept running. 2:15 p.m. Same frame, same door, every day. Murphy. Mail in hand, moving on habit. In. Drop. Out. No hesitation, no curiosity. Routine without thought. I pushed forward. Day after day. Same movement, same timing. Nothing else. I tightened the frame, slowed the footage, watched the edges, reflections, glass lines, shadow breaks, the places people don't think about. Nothing. I pushed further, closer to Cape Town, closer to the point where everything else disappeared. Still nothing. Murphy. Mail. Out. No entry. No variation. No one else. I stopped the footage just before the timestamp rolled past the operation. Murphy stepping out. Door closing, hallway empty. Clean. Too clean. I leaned back slightly and let that sit. At least I'm still standing. The words didn't need to carry. They weren't meant for anything outside the room. I shut the system down without saving. Didn't need a record. Because the answer wasn't in the footage. It was in what wasn't there. No one entered the office, which meant the letter wasn't delivered. It was placed. Different problem. Worse answer. I took the paper off the desk, folded it once, and slid it back into my coat. Not evidence, not leverage, just something that needed to stay with me. Then I stepped out. The hallway hadn't changed. Same flicker in the light. Same weight sitting under everything. Same quiet holding its shape. Nothing out of place, which meant something was. I didn't check the street. Didn't circle the block. Those instincts didn't apply anymore. I went downstairs. Unit 1. A. Rental office, the kind of place that keeps answers without realizing it. I pushed the door open. Mrs. Delaney sat behind the desk, radio low, something old humming through the speaker. She didn't look up right away. "You're back," she said. "Looks that way." She turned the dial down slightly, not off, just controlled. "You've got timing," she said. "Was about to close up. I'll be quick. That's what they all say." I stepped to the desk. "Everything hold while I was gone?" She looked over her glasses. "Depends what you mean by everything." "The building." She nodded once, quiet. "Murphy's been steady. No complaints. No surprises. No new tenants. Not in your units. Clean." I let it sit for a second. Then, rent. She didn't hesitate. Handled. I didn't respond. "Hey." She pulled a ledger from the drawer without opening it. "Paid through the end of the year, Mr. Keller." That shifted it. "By who?" "Mr. Bozeman," she said. 2 days ago." "Artemis, of course. Any message?" She shook her head. "Just the transfer. No note, no contact, no trace. That tracked." "That all you needed?" she asked. "For now." She turned the radio up slightly. Conversation closed. I stepped back and moved for the door. Because now there were 2 things that didn't belong. The letter, placed inside a locked space, and Artemis. Gone, but still moving pieces. Neither of those were accidents. I stepped back into the hallway and let the door close behind me. October doesn't ask questions. It removes answers. And whatever ground I thought I had when I walked back into this was already gone. Chapter 2. Stockdale, B. 01001-026. The phone stayed active most of the morning. Same number, same spacing. Calls placed like whoever was on the other end believed persistence would eventually force a response. It didn't. I let it ring out each time and kept working. The system was already live when I walked in. I hadn't shut it down the night before. There wasn't a reason to. Sleep didn't reset anything anymore. It just created a gap long enough for something else to move. The security feed sat open on the main display. Timestamp steady. No interruptions. No visible variance. Clean. That was the problem. I didn't rewind it. I already knew where the break lived. 12:47 a.m. The minute everything dropped. The minute the system cleared itself and resumed like nothing had passed through it. Watching the cut again wouldn't change anything. What mattered sat around it. Before. After. The phone lit again. Same number. I let it ring. It stopped. Cindy. That part didn't need confirmation. I shifted the feed to the front glass and tightened the frame. Frosted panel. Street movement reduced to silhouettes. Shape without detail. Motion without identity. Then she crossed it again. I slowed the footage, frame by frame, controlled pace. No hesitation. No adjustment to the environment. She didn't look in, didn't scan, didn't acknowledge the building at all. Which meant she already had. Older. mid-50s, dressed in a way that didn't draw attention unless you knew what to look for. Clean lines, controlled posture, presence carried through distortion. That was enough. I held the frame at center glass, then shut the system down. Watching it again wouldn't move anything forward. The office door opened behind me. No knock, no warning. Just entry. I didn't reach for anything. Didn't need to. Anyone looking to end it wouldn't come through the front. You're difficult to reach. Female voice. Even. Controlled. I turned slightly. Mid-40s. Hair pulled back. Clean presentation. No wasted movement. She held the room like she understood where the edges were without needing them explained. I wasn't aware I was trying to be found, I said. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her without looking back. That's usually when people start looking, she replied. I let that sit. She stepped up to the desk and stopped exactly where the line should be. Wendy Stockdale. Not offered. Placed. I'm not taking new cases, I said. No reaction. No pushback. She set a folder on the desk. Thin, organized. No excess. You'll take this one. I looked at the file but didn't open it. That kind of certainty usually comes with a cost, I said. I can cover it. That's not what I meant. I know. Silence settled for a moment. My husband is cheating on me, she said. Flat. No emotion attached to it. I didn't move. Then you already know what you need, I said. I know what I think, she replied. That's not the same thing. Most people don't hire someone for truth, I said. They hire for confirmation. I'm not most people. No edge in it. No performance. Just alignment with how she saw it. I opened the file. Photos first. Family structure. Public-facing life. Events. Clean presentation. 4 kids. Stability on paper. Then him. Brian Stockdale. 53. Fit. Controlled. The kind of face that builds trust before he says a word. Dental office in Ashwood. Staffed heavy with female assistants, not evidence. Just something that didn't prove anything, which made it useful. You've already done your homework, I said. I don't come in blind. Then why me? She took a second before answering. That mattered. Because this isn't what it looks like, she said. That shifted it. Explain. Something's off, she said. Not obvious. Not loud. Just wrong in a way I can't define. That was different. Cases like this usually came in messy, emotional, loud. This wasn't that. This was controlled. I closed the file halfway and watched her. You're asking for clarity in something that doesn't produce it, I said. I'm asking for accuracy. That costs more. I told you, she said. That's not the issue. It is, I replied. Just not in the way you think. She didn't argue, didn't push. She just waited. That was the tell. I looked back down at the file. Stockdale, routine, schedule, predictable movement. Too predictable. That was where things broke. You're not looking for an answer, I said. You're looking for what doesn't fit. Yes. That was enough. I closed the file and set it flat on the desk. When do you want me to start? She held my gaze. Yesterday. That tracked. I'll be in touch, I said. She nodded once and turned for the door. No hesitation. No second pass. No need to reinforce anything she'd already set in motion. She stepped out. The door closed behind her. I sat there for a second. Then reached into my coat and pulled the letter back out. Unfolded it. You're still standing. I set it beside the Stockdale file. 2 lines, 2 directions, one clean, one not. And both of them sitting exactly where they were supposed to be. Chapter 3. Stockdale. B. 010. 01026. Routine held. That mattered more than anything else. Coat first. Navy peacoat, worn into shape, weight settling where it always had. It didn't fight movement. It followed it. Gun next. Colt equalizer .45 ACP. Check by feel, not sight. Slide clean. Chamber set. Magazine seated. Motion carried without thought. Repetition handled the rest. Gloves last. Leather. Reinforced across the knuckles. Tight enough to hold. Loose enough to move. No show. No signal. Function. I stepped out without looking back. The lock clicked behind me. Same as always. No drag. No hesitation. No indication anything had shifted. That didn't mean it hadn't. The hallway carried quiet the way it was built to. Sound stayed where it belonged. Light flickered halfway down the landing. Same pattern. Same timing. I took the stairs. Elevators run on someone else's schedule. Outside, Riverbend held steady. Traffic moved clean. People kept pace without questioning it. The kind of place that doesn't advertise its problems. I let the city sit in the background and focused forward. The Skylark turned over without protest. Engine settled low. Steady. Familiar. I let it idle a moment, hands loose on the wheel. Normal should have felt like relief. It didn't. I pulled out and let the road carry me toward Ashwood. The shift hit before I reached it. Cleaner streets, maintained storefronts, businesses built on trust instead of volume. Dentist territory. Stockdale's building didn't stand out. That was the first tell. Nothing excessive. Nothing underbuilt. Just enough to signal stability without drawing attention. I parked across the street and let the engine run. Watched. Morning flow. Patients in and out on schedule. Assistants moving with purpose, not urgency. Conversation stayed inside the glass. Everything aligned. Too clean. I tracked timing, entry intervals, exit spacing. Small breaks where something might drift. Nothing did. That was the problem. The phone lit up again. Same number. I ignored it. Let it ring until it stopped. Then I shut the engine off, crossed the street, and went inside. The air shifted immediately. Sterile. Controlled. No room for variance. The kind of environment that removes noise before it becomes a problem. "Good morning," an assistant said, not missing a step. Mid-20s, composed, smile set to the right level. "Morning." "I don't see you on the schedule," she said. "You wouldn't." She adjusted without breaking rhythm. "Would you like to make an appointment?" "I'm not here for that." That slowed her just enough to register. "What are you here for?" Observation. No tone, no emphasis. Just the word. She held eye contact a fraction longer, then nodded. "Let me get Dr. Stockdale." I stayed where I was, didn't wander, didn't scan. Let the space reveal itself. Hallway to the back stayed closed. No unnecessary movement. No sound slipping through. Contained. Too contained. Stockdale came out within 30 seconds. Fit. Controlled posture. Smile already in place before he crossed into view. "Can I help you?" he asked. Voice steady. No hesitation. I looked at him the same way I had looked at everything else. Not searching. Placing. "Depends," I said. "On what?" "On whether you want to be helped?" The smile held, but something underneath it adjusted. Small. Controlled. "I'm not sure I follow," he said. "That makes sense." Silence settled between us. Short. Measured. "I'm Marty Keller." No card. No badge. Just the name. No visible reaction. Either he didn't know it, or he chose not to. "I'm Dr. Stockdale," he said. "I know." That shifted it again. "What is this about?" he asked. I let the question hang for a second, then stepped back. I'll be in touch. I turned and walked out before he could recover the room. Timing mattered more than answers. Outside, I crossed the street without stopping and took position beside the Skylark. Waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Then it moved. Assistants changed pace inside. Faster. Less controlled. One broke off toward the back. Door opened. Closed. Stockdale didn't let it sit. Good. I got in, started the engine, and pulled away. Routine stayed intact on the surface. Coat, gun, gloves, movement. Looked normal. Felt controlled. But routine doesn't mean safe. Not when everything holds too clean. Not when nothing drifts. I merged back into traffic without checking the mirror. Didn't need to. Whatever I had stepped into was already moving. Chapter 4. Stockdale, B. 01001026. I didn't go back to the office. Not yet. Routine holds better when you don't force it. I drove past Mercer, past the building, let the city stretch out in front of me without trying to read it. Riverbend hadn't changed on the surface. It never does. Whatever shifts here does it underneath, where it doesn't have to explain itself. Riverbend General came into view the same way it always had. Clean lines, controlled entry, movement regulated without looking like it. Hospitals don't advertise pressure. They absorb it. That's why people trust them. I parked with a line on the main entrance and cut the engine. Windows cracked just enough to move air without carrying sound. I didn't check the phone, didn't check the time. Just watched. Patients in, patients out. Staff rotations steady. No rush that didn't belong. No slowdown that suggested anything had slipped. Normal used to mean something. Now it just meant nothing had broken where you could see it. I stepped out when the flow thinned and went inside without stopping at the desk. No check-in, no questions. The path didn't need confirmation. Rehab wing. Left, past imaging. Double doors. Overhead light that never shuts off completely. I pushed through and let the space take shape. Ajax was at the far end, back to the wall, facing open ground. Same instinct. He was on his feet. That was new. Not steady, not clean, but upright. Parallel bars in front of him, hands resting without gripping, testing the weight instead of trusting it. A therapist stood off to the side, close enough to catch him, far enough to let him fall if he had to. He took a step. Measured? Deliberate. Not because he forgot how, because his body hadn't decided to follow the signal yet. Then another. I stayed where I was. Didn't interrupt it. Didn't step into the space. He made it halfway down the bars and paused. Not from pain, from adjustment. Shoulders shifting, weight correcting, recalibrating something that used to happen without thought. Still learning the edges. The therapist glanced at me once, then back to him. No reaction beyond that. I wasn't part of the room. Not yet. Ajax pushed one more step than he needed to, then let his hands come off the bars. That mattered. He turned before I moved. Not fast, just enough. "You're late," he said. Voice held. Not weak. Not slurred. Just different. "I didn't know you were keeping time." Someone has to. That didn't need explaining. I stepped closer, stopping short of the bars. "You're moving." "Trying to." "Looks controlled." "It isn't." Silence settled between us. Present, not empty. "You look like hell," he said. "I've looked worse." "Not by much." I let that go. "How bad?" I asked. He looked at his hands instead of answering, flexed them once like he was checking something that used to respond on command. "Body's catching up," he said. "Head's behind. TBI. Yeah. Memory? Comes and goes. Function." He looked back up. Still here. That was enough. The therapist stepped back into the space, not interrupting, just reclaiming it. We're done for today, she said. Ajax didn't argue, didn't push for another set. That told me more than anything else. He was working inside limits. That wasn't him. Not before. Give me a minute, he said. She nodded and stepped out. Door closed. Room held. Cape Town, he said. Not a question. Yeah. He watched me a second longer than necessary. You didn't bring it back with you. No. You left something there. More than one thing. He let that sit, shifted his weight, not fully committing to sitting, not fully trusting standing. They're saying it's contained. They're wrong. I figured. Silence again. Shorter. What are you doing? He asked. Working. On what? Everything. He gave a small shake of his head. That's not an answer. It's the only one that holds. He didn't push it. Didn't need to. Cindy's been calling, he said. I know. You're not answering. No. That's a mistake. Not yet. That earned a longer look. You're pulling back. I'm adjusting. That's not what it looks like. I'm not concerned with how it looks. That's new. I didn't respond, because he wasn't wrong. Don't shut everyone out, he said. I'm not. Feels like it. Feels wrong, I said. That stopped him. Not the words. The way they landed. Flat. Final. That's not you, he said. Not anymore. Silence settled heavier this time. He stepped back toward the chair but didn't sit, still testing the boundary. You find anything? He asked. Something. What kind? The kind that doesn't show unless it wants to. He nodded. Then it's not a lead. No. It's a path. Yeah. Where's it go? I'm about to find out. He let that sit. Then. Be careful. I almost answered. Didn't. Careful wasn't part of it anymore. Get your legs under you, I said. Working on it. I'll be back. Yeah, he said. You will. I turned before it stretched. Didn't look back. Didn't wait. Just moved. The hallway felt tighter on the way out. Not smaller, more defined. Like the space had settled into what it was. I pushed through the double doors and into the main corridor. That's when I saw her. Megan, standing just outside the nurse's station, chart in hand, mid-conversation. Hair pulled back. Scrubs clean. Movement efficient. She hadn't seen me, or she had and chose not to show it. I slowed just enough to let the moment settle, then stepped into it. She turned as I got close, no surprise. You're back. Looks that way. Same words, different weight. She handed the chart off without breaking eye contact. Ajax is moving. I saw. He shouldn't be pushing like that. He always does. That's not the same anymore. No, I said. It isn't. Silence. Not uncomfortable, just loaded. You look tired, she said. I'm not. That's worse. I let that pass. How long are you in town? For now. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. She studied me. Same red Ajax made, same conclusion. You're different, she said. I adjusted. That's not what this is. I didn't respond. Didn't need to. Try not to break anything while you're here, she said. Can't make that promise. I didn't think you could. That was as close as it was going to get. I nodded once and moved past her. No pause, no look back. Routine doesn't allow hesitation. Outside, the air felt sharper. Same pressure, less forgiveness. I got back to the Skylark and sat without starting it. Hands on the wheel. Still. Then I reached into my coat and pulled the letter out. Unfolded it. You're still standing. I held it there a second, then folded it back down. Because standing wasn't the problem, knowing where you were standing. That was. Chapter 5. Stockdale, B. 01-001-026. 3 a.m. strips the city down to what it actually is. No traffic to hide behind. No noise to soften edges. Just structure holding itself together long enough to make it through the night. I took Mercer slow and cut the lights before I reached the block. Let the Skylark coast the last stretch and settle into a shadow line across from the building. Stockdale's office sat dark. Not closed. Dark. There's a difference. I killed the engine and let the quiet come in around me. Tires on wet pavement somewhere down the block. A distant door closing. Then nothing. That's where patterns show themselves. I stayed in the car and watched the front glass. Frosted, but not enough to kill movement entirely. If anything broke the line inside, it would carry through. Nothing did. Too clean. I shifted my focus to the side street. Delivery access. Secondary entry. The kind of door people pretend doesn't exist until they need it. Still nothing. That didn't mean it wasn't being used. It meant it wasn't being used on a schedule that matched the surface. I let the time run. 3:07, 3:11, 3:14. Then, movement. Not at the door, in the reflection. Headlights passed behind me, and for half a second, the glass caught something it shouldn't have. A shape crossing inside. No lights on. No reason for anyone to be there. Gone before it could resolve. I didn't move. Didn't chase it. That's how you lose the pattern. You let it come back. 3:17, nothing. 3:19. There, again. Different angle this time. Shorter. Controlled. Someone was inside the building without lighting the space. That wasn't random. That was deliberate. I pulled the mirrored financials from the scraper Artemis left behind. Stockdale's accounts, vendor flows, insurance reimbursements, clean on the surface, balanced to the decimal. Too balanced. I filtered for off-cycle movement, not deposits. Adjustments. Small numbers first. The kind that don't trigger flags. Then larger. Buried inside reimbursement batches. $3,980. $4,020. $4,000 flat. Every week. Same day. Same time. 3:11 a.m. That landed. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just wrong. No dental office moves money at 3 in the morning unless it's not a dental office problem. I cross-referenced the recipient. Arthur Vane. Consultant. Filed. Verified. Non-existent. Ghost employee. But the payments didn't behave like payroll. They behaved like transfer points. Timed, aligned, maintained. I leaned back slightly and let the pieces settle. Stockdale wasn't skimming. He was maintaining something that required precision, which meant he wasn't the source. He was part of the system. The front glass shifted again. This time, the door. Rear entry, cracked open just enough to matter. No light. No spill. Just a break in the line. Then it closed. I checked the time. 3:22. No pattern on the surface, but the internal schedule had already told me where to look. This wasn't random movement. It was tied to timing, not business hours, not patient flow, something else. I let another 5 minutes pass before starting the engine. Didn't pull out right away. Let the building sit. Let the silence close back over it. Because whatever moved inside it wasn't meant to be seen. The office felt different when I stepped back into it. Not colder, more defined. Like the edges had tightened while I was gone. I left the lights off and went straight to the desk, pulled the file back open and laid it beside the tablet. Stockdale. Clean surface. Controlled operation. Ghost employee pulling structured payments at 3:11 a.m. That wasn't a mistake. That was a requirement. I traced the account routing again, not the first transfer, the second, where the money went after it left the shell. That's where systems show themselves. The path didn't hold. Not clean, not consistent. It fragmented, split across multiple endpoints before resolving somewhere I couldn't see. That wasn't sloppy. That was design. Break the trail before it becomes a trail. Meridian didn't need to show up in the data. It just needed to control how the data moved. I shut the tablet off. Didn't need more from it. Not yet. The phone buzzed against the desk. I looked this time. Cindy. Still there? I let the screen go dark. Set the phone face down, because that question didn't have a clean answer anymore. I reached into my coat and pulled the letter out, unfolded it once. You're still standing. 3 points now. The letter. Stockdale. The movement inside that building at 311. No lines drawn between them yet. But the distance was closing. That's when things start to move. Not when you find something, when the structure starts aligning around it. I folded the paper back down and slid it into my coat. Then I stood there for a second longer than I needed to. Not thinking, not planning, just placing it. Tomorrow wouldn't be observation. Tomorrow. I stepped into his day. Chapter 6. Stockdale. B01001026. I didn't go back to Ashwood. Not that day. You don't press something that's already adjusting to you. You give it space and let it settle into whatever shape it's trying to hold. That's when it shows you what matters. The office stayed dark when I stepped in. I left it that way. Light makes people think they understand a room. Darkness keeps it honest. I brought the system up in segments. Entry feed first, then hallway, then exterior glass. No alerts, no deviation. Just clean lines holding steady like nothing had shifted. I left the 1247 window alone. That wasn't where the answer lived anymore. Stockdale's schedule came up next. I ran it against the city feeds Artemis had mirrored. Ashwood intersections, pedestrian flow, parking turnover. Not the office, the space around it. That's where things slip when people think they've locked everything down. Midday held tight. Evening loosened just enough to pass for normal. Assistants leaving in pairs, staggered without pattern that would draw attention. Designed, not random. Stockdale exited at 6:12. Same time the day before. Same time the day before that. Consistency like that isn't discipline. It's requirement. I mapped the route from the office to his residence. Straight line, no stops, no drift, nothing that broke the surface, which meant whatever mattered wasn't on the route. The phone buzzed once against the desk. I let it sit. Watched the timeline again, then pulled the back alley camera I had flagged earlier. Delivery door, bad angle, incomplete coverage, intentional. The footage ran clean through most of the day. No entries, no deliveries. No reason for it to exist the way it did. Then, 6:11. 1 minute before his front exit, the alley light shifted. Not out. Not on. Wrong. I slowed the feed and stepped through it frame by frame. No body, no vehicle, no shadow that resolved into anything real. Just a break in the light that didn't belong to anything the camera should have seen. A gap, short, precise. Gone before it could hold. 6:12. Stockdale walked out the front like nothing had passed through the space behind him. On time, on pattern, clean. I leaned back and let the sequence sit without forcing it into something it wasn't ready to be. Front door. Back alley, 1 minute separation, no visible crossover. That wasn't an error. It was a seam, not something you find, something you step into. I shut the system down without saving the sequence. Mark it too early. and you start seeing it everywhere. Most of it won't be real. I took the coat and stepped out before the room could settle around me again. Riverbend shifted into evening without asking permission. Streetlights came up slow. Traffic thinned in layers. Conversations outside bars picked up just enough to sound like something was happening. Noise doesn't hide anything. It just makes people feel like it does. I drove without direction for a while. No route, no destination. Let the city move and waited for something to push back. Nothing did, which meant it was already ahead of me. I passed Riverbend General twice before I pulled in. Didn't plan it. Didn't avoid it. Just ended up there. The lot was half full. Staff rotations winding down. Visitors thinning out. The building easing into night. I sat in the car longer than I needed to. Then got out. Inside, the air carried the same controlled weight as before. Nothing rushed. Nothing lagged. Movement stayed where it was supposed to. I didn't go straight to Ajax. Not yet. Took the long way around. Let the corridor stretch. Let the space settle. That's when I saw her. Megan, end of the hall, chart in hand, talking to someone just outside my line of sight. Same posture, same control. Something underneath it now that wasn't there before. Tension, not loud, but present. She saw me before I reached her. Didn't break conversation. Finished it clean, handed the chart off, and stepped away like nothing had shifted. "You're making a habit of this," she said. Didn't realize it showed. "It does." I nodded once. "Ajax?" "Done for the day." He pushed too hard. "That tracks." "It doesn't," she said. "Not anymore." I let that sit. "You eaten?" she asked. "No." "Then you're going to." Not a suggestion. I didn't argue it. Didn't agree either. Just held the space. 10 minutes, she said. "Out front." I nodded and moved before it turned into something else. The car was where I left it. Nothing out of place. Nothing shifted. I leaned against the door and waited. Didn't check the phone. Didn't check the mirrors. Let the night come in clean. She stepped out exactly 10 minutes later. Changed. Not dressed up, just not the hospital. That mattered. We didn't talk on the drive. No reason to. Some conversations don't start until you stop moving. The diner sat off Main like it always had. Neon flicker. Worn booths. The kind of place that keeps everything you say and never gives it back. We took the back booth. Control. Coffee came without asking. Food followed. Routine. I didn't touch it. She did. Then she watched me. "You going to eat?" she asked. "Yeah." "When?" I picked up the fork, took a bite, set it back down. "That enough?" "No." Silence stretched. Heavier now. "You going to tell me what's going on?" she said, working a case. "That's not what I asked. It's what I've got." She leaned back slightly, didn't break eye contact. "You've been back a day," she said. "You already look like you haven't slept in a week." "I'm fine." "No, you're not." "That's not new." "This is." I let that sit. "You're not just tired," she said. "You're off." "Define off." "You're here," she said. "But you're not." She wasn't wrong. "What happened over there?" she asked. "Nothing that holds in a sentence." "Try." "It doesn't hold." "That's not good enough." "It's what I've got." Silence again. Longer this time. "You don't get to shut people out because things don't make sense," she said. "I'm not shutting anyone out." "You're not answering your phone." "That's not the same thing." "It is to the people calling. Cindy, Ajax, everyone else." I didn't say it. Didn't need to. She already knew. "You don't get to do that," she said quietly. "I do if it keeps things clean." "Clean for who?" "For the work. There it is." She leaned forward slightly. Everything's the work with you, she said. Everything gets filtered through it until there's nothing left that isn't. That's how it's supposed to be. No, she said. That's how you make it. No easy way through that. You're different, she said. I adjusted. That's not adjustment. What is it? She held my gaze. You tell me. I didn't. Couldn't. Because I didn't have a word for it that didn't make it real. She sat back, exhaled. This doesn't end well if you keep going like this. That's not new. It's closer now. I picked up the coffee, took a sip, set it back down. You're worried about me, I said. Yes. Why? Because you're not explaining yourself. I looked at her, not as part of the room, not as part of the routine. Just her. That's not something I'm doing right now, I said. I know. Silence settled between us again. Not empty. Not resolved. Just there. And for the first time since I got back, it didn't feel controlled. Chapter 7. Stockdale, B. 01001-026. I drove her home without saying much. The silence wasn't empty. It was crowded with things that didn't hold long enough to be said out loud. Riverbend thinned the later it got. Streetlights took over. Traffic slowed into something that looked controlled from a distance. It wasn't. Megan kept her eyes on the road. Not on me. Not on the mirrors. Just the space ahead, like she was trying to see something before it arrived. I didn't ask what. I pulled up in front of her place and let the engine idle. Neither of us moved right away. She reached for the handle, paused just long enough to turn the moment into something else, then stepped out. Cold air slipped in before the door shut. She leaned down slightly, hands on the window frame, and smiled. Not easy, not forced. Something in between. When are you going to get rid of this thing? She asked. It's routine, I said. She held that for a second, then nodded like she understood more than she wanted to. Coffee. Not a question. I looked at her, then the house, then back at her. There wasn't a clean reason to say no. That was the problem. Yeah, I said. All right. She stepped back. I killed the engine. The quiet settled fast once it did. Different than the car. Different than the office. Less controlled. More exposed. We walked inside without talking. Lights came on in sequence. Kitchen first, then the lamp by the couch. Same order. Same rhythm. Routine. I stayed just inside the doorway a second longer than I needed to, letting the room define itself. Nothing out of place. Nothing off. That didn't mean anything anymore. You still standing in doorways? She called from the kitchen. Sometimes. Try not to wear a groove in the floor. I stepped in and let the door close behind me. She was already moving. Coffee machine on, mugs out, measured scoops without looking down. Muscle memory. I took the seat at the edge of the table. Didn't lean back. Didn't settle. Just stayed there like I hadn't decided if I was leaving yet. She glanced over once, then went back to the counter. Sugar? No. Didn't think so. Silence settled in again, but this time it didn't wait. It pressed. The machine kicked on, filling the space with sound that didn't belong to either of us. She leaned against the counter, arms crossed without tension, watching me the way you watch something that's already changed, but hasn't caught up to itself yet. You're still running everything in your head, she said. Not a question. I didn't answer. You always do that, she went on. Push it until it stops making noise. It doesn't stop. I know. She poured the coffee without breaking eye contact. 2 mugs, same as always. She set one in front of me and sat across. Didn't touch it. Let it sit between us like something we hadn't decided what to do with. You're not going to talk about Cape Town, she said. No. You're not going to tell me what you brought back. No, you're not going to tell me what you're working on. I shook my head once. No. She nodded slowly. Then I'm going to ask something else. I didn't stop her. Why are you here? That didn't land clean, not like the others. It stayed. I looked at the coffee, watched the steam twist and disappear before it reached the light. Because you asked, I said. That's not enough. It's what I've got. She leaned forward, not pushing, not pulling, just closing the distance enough to matter. You don't do things because people ask, she said. You do things because they fit. That's true. So why does this fit? I didn't answer right away. Couldn't, because the answer didn't sit clean. It's close, I said. To what? To something that still holds. She watched me longer this time. Am I part of that? The question didn't belong to the case. That was the problem. I took a breath, felt it catch halfway through. Yeah, I said. Not enough. But more than I'd given her. She didn't smile, didn't soften, just nodded once. That's not how you say it. It's how it comes out. That's the problem. Silence dropped heavier than before. No space left to move around it. You're pulling away from everything that isn't this, she said. This is the work. No, she said. This is you. That landed wrong. Not because it wasn't true, because it was too close. I picked up the mug, took a drink, didn't taste it, set it back down harder than I meant to. The sound carried. Too sharp. She didn't flinch. You think I don't see it, she said quietly. The way you're looking at everything like it's pieces. I didn't respond, didn't deny it, because she was right. That's not how this ends, she said. It's not ending. That's worse. I leaned back, finally putting space between us, but it didn't open anything up. It just made the room feel smaller. You want me to explain it? I said. Yes. I can't. That's not good enough. Something in me tightened at that. Not anger, not frustration, something sharper. It's what I've got, I said. Too fast, too flat. She caught it. No, she said. It's what you're choosing. That hit harder than anything else she'd said. I stood before I decided to. The chair scraped just enough to break the rhythm of the room. She didn't move, didn't follow, just watched. You don't get to decide that for me, I said. There it was. Not loud, but not controlled. First time all night something slipped. I'm not deciding anything, she said. I'm telling you what it looks like from here. Then you're not seeing it right. Then help me see it. I didn't answer. Couldn't, because there wasn't anything to give her that didn't pull her into it. And that wasn't happening. Not like this. Not here. Silence stretched out again, but it didn't settle. It stayed sharp. You're going to break something, she said. Maybe. That wasn't the right answer. She felt it. That's not you. It is now. That sat between us. Final. She stood then, slower than me, controlled in a way I wasn't anymore. I'm not pushing this tonight, she said. But this doesn't stay like this. I nodded once, didn't trust myself to say anything else. She stepped out of the room without looking back. Lights stayed on. Coffee still warm. Everything we'd just said sitting in the space like it wasn't going anywhere. I stood there longer than I should have. Hands at my sides now instead of on the mug. No anchor left. Because something had shifted. Not in the case. Not in the system. In me. And it didn't break loud. Didn't give warning. Just a clean fracture in something I thought was still holding. I took the last drink of coffee without tasting it, set the mug down, and moved for the door. Staying wasn't going to fix it. And for the first time since I got back, moving didn't feel like control. It felt like distance. and I didn't know what I was putting between me and any more. Chapter 8. Stockdale, B. 01001026. I stood there looking at the empty room, hand on the back of the chair. Coffee gone cold. Everything that hadn't been said still sitting where it landed. Stay or go didn't resolve into anything clean. Didn't need to. I moved toward the door without deciding. That's when it came through. Not loud. Not sudden. Just present. The radio. She'd turned it on low, something to take the edge off the silence, something to keep the room from holding too much at once. It started as background. Then it settled. A song. Not local. Not recent. Not anything that belonged in Riverbend or in that room or in this version of me. But I knew it. First note. Didn't need the rest. Bahrain. The memory didn't come in pieces. It came whole. Heat still sitting in the air after midnight, neon bleeding through glass that didn't keep anything out. The sound of voices layered over music that wasn't trying to be heard. It wasn't the place that stayed. It was the way nothing in it needed to be managed. No angles, no reads, no second-guessing what something meant. Just presence. I stopped moving, didn't turn back right away. Let the sound carry long enough to confirm it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't. The song held steady behind me, softer now, like it was being kept there instead of played, not filling the space, anchoring it. I turned. She was standing in the living room, not facing me, not waiting, just there, listening. Same posture, same stillness, like she had back then. No performance, no expectation. That's what it had been. Not clean, not structured. Just unmeasured time that didn't need to lead anywhere. I stepped back into the room without deciding to. One step, then another. The distance closed without either of us controlling it. That's what caught. Not the memory. The absence of control. You remember it, she said. Not a question. Yeah. Didn't think you would. I don't forget things like that. She nodded once. Good. The song shifted, same melody moving into a line that carried more weight than it should have, enough to pull the rest of it forward. Bahrain wasn't quiet. It wasn't stable. It didn't run on rules you could track. That's why it stayed. There was nothing to solve. I moved closer. Not all the way, just enough to feel the space change again. You put this on for a reason, I said. Maybe. That reason have anything to do with me? She took a second before answering. It has to do with what you used to be able to feel. That landed. Not hard. Deep. Different than anything she'd said before. Not about the case. Not about the work. Something under both. You think that's gone, I said. I think you buried it. Silence followed that. The song carried through it. Steady, patient, not trying to resolve anything. I didn't bury anything. You did, she said. You just called it something else. I didn't push back, didn't correct it, because there wasn't a clean line to draw between what I was and what I'd turned into. She turned then. Slow. Measured. Not confronting. Just facing me. You don't have to stay like this. I'm not staying anything. You are. You're just not calling it that. The music softened again. Or maybe everything else did. Hard to separate the two. I looked at her. Not through the work, not through the system. Just her. And for a second, everything else stepped back, not gone, just quiet enough to hear something I hadn't let through in a long time. You remember that night, she said. Yeah. Then you remember what it felt like. I held that. Didn't move past it. Didn't try to. Because that was where it broke. Not the memory, the distance from it. "That's not where I am," I said. "I know." No push, no argument, just recognition. That was worse, because it didn't give me anything to work against. The song wound down, last few notes carrying longer than they should have, stretching the moment past where it wanted to end. Then it dropped out. Real quiet this time. No filler, no cover, just the room again. "You should go," she said. Not cold, not distant. Clear. I nodded once. Didn't argue it. Didn't stay. Because staying meant something different now, and I didn't have a way to hold it without breaking something else. I turned and moved for the door, hand on the knob. Brief pause. Not hesitation, recognition. Then I stepped out. The hallway felt colder, more defined, like it had settled into something that wasn't going to shift back. I didn't look behind me, didn't need to, because I knew what I was leaving. And I knew I wasn't taking it with me. Outside, the night had settled in fully. Streetlights carrying the work. City holding its shape. Nothing out of place. Nothing obvious. I stood there for a second, then moved. Because that's what I do. But it didn't feel like direction. It felt like distance. And for the first time, I wasn't sure what I was putting between me and any more. Chapter 9, Stockdale, B 010010026. The engine turned over on the first try. It always did. I set my hands on the wheel and looked forward without focusing on anything in particular. The street sat quiet. One light out at the corner, flickering just enough to pull attention if you let it. I didn't. I pulled away from the curb and let the car take the turn on its own. Routine fills space when nothing else does. That's what it's built for. I didn't head home, didn't aim for anything that made sense. I just drove. Riverbend thinned as the hour slipped, bars closing, lights cutting out one by one, conversations fading into something that didn't carry past the sidewalk. The kind of hour where the city stops pretending it's more than structure and timing. I took the long way without planning it and ended up on Mercer. The building sat where it always had. Dark. Still. Holding. I parked half a block down and watched it before stepping out. No movement in the windows. No light bleeding through the glass. Nothing that suggested anything had shifted, which meant something had. I went up the steps and unlocked the door without looking at it. Inside, the office felt tighter than it had earlier. Same dimensions, different pressure. I didn't turn the lights on, didn't need to. I went straight to the system and brought it up. This time, I didn't ease into it. I pulled everything at once. Exterior, hallway, entry stacked across the screen, until the room filled with movement that didn't belong to the present. I found the segment without searching. 12:47 a.m. The cut. I let it run. Black. Not static. Not distortion. Absence. Clean. Then return. No flicker. No correction. No trace of recovery. Just continuation. That's not failure. That's instruction. I rewound it and stepped through it frame by frame. Nothing. No bleed. No ghost. No residual artifact. The kind of gap that doesn't exist unless it's built that way. I pushed the timeline back. Minutes before the cut. The glass reflected the street. Headlights passing. A pedestrian crossing. Then, her. Not centered, not framed. Just present at the edge of the reflection like she didn't need the camera to hold her. Same movement, same control, no hesitation. I froze it and zoomed in. The glass caught most of her back, but the angle gave enough. Profile, older, composed, hair set clean. Coat structured. No loose lines. No wasted motion. She didn't look toward the window, didn't slow, didn't acknowledge the building at all, which meant she already understood the space. I advanced 1 frame. She was gone. Not out of frame. Gone. I leaned back slightly and let the image settle without forcing it into something cleaner than it was. She wasn't checking the office. She wasn't testing the perimeter. She moved through the space like it had already been accounted for. That isn't random. That's placement. I shut the feed down, not because I was finished, because I wasn't going to get anything more sitting there trying to make it talk. The room dropped back into quiet. No movement, no system noise, just the space between what I had and what I didn't. I reached into my coat and pulled the letter out, unfolded it once. You're still standing. I held it there longer this time, not reading it, weighing it. Then I set it on the desk and turned away. The letter wasn't a message, it was a marker, confirmation of position, not mine, theirs. The phone buzzed again. I picked it up this time without checking the name. Another message, same thread. You need to call me. I let it sit in my hand a second, then turned the phone over and set it down. Not now. I moved to the window and pulled the blind just enough to see the street. Empty. No traffic. No movement. Nothing that didn't belong. I let it fall back into place. Looking wasn't going to give me anything. They weren't hiding. They didn't need to. That's what changes when something gets this far ahead. It stops reacting. Stops adjusting. Stops caring if you see it. Because seeing it doesn't give you reach. I took the coat and headed for the door. Didn't lock it behind me. Locks only matter when someone needs permission. If they wanted in, they were already past that. Outside, the street felt colder. Not the air, the space. I stood there just long enough to feel it settle. Then I moved. Because staying still wasn't closing anything. And the gap. That was the only thing left that mattered. I got back in the Skylark and started the engine. This time, I didn't drift. I had direction. Not Ashwood. Not the hospital. Somewhere else. Somewhere the pattern didn't hold. Because that's where it breaks. Or where it starts. And I needed to know which one I was walking into. Chapter 10. Stockdale, B. 01001-026! Coderson Holdings, LLC hadn't changed. That was the first thing I noticed. Glass front still clean. Geometry still exact. The kind of building that doesn't explain itself because it was never meant to be questioned. Wasn't hiding. It was placed. I parked across the street and let it sit in front of me without rushing the moment. People moved in and out like they belonged there. No hesitation. No second looks. No one checking reflections before stepping through the glass. Control. Settled. I crossed on the light and didn't slow as the doors opened. Inside, the temperature dropped just enough to register. Filtered air. Polished surfaces. Sound dampened until every step felt deliberate. Reception sat exactly where it should. So did she. Veronica Cass held the desk like the room had been built around her. Posture straight, hands resting, not idle. Ready. Her eyes were already on me before I reached her. No delay, no question. Mr. Keller. Acknowledgement. I stopped at the desk. Veronica! She inclined her head once. You took your time coming back, she said. I didn't realize I was on a schedule. You are, she replied. You just don't see it yet. That held. I didn't sit, didn't lean, just stood in the space. You're expecting me. We've been aware of you, she corrected. Same difference. No, she said calmly. It isn't. Silence followed. Not tension. Alignment. You didn't come here to check in, she continued. You came because something doesn't align. That's one way to put it. An older woman, she said. Past your office. I didn't react. Didn't need to. You saw her, Veronica added. Or you believe you did. I saw enough. Yes, she said. You did. I let that sit. Who is she? Veronica didn't answer right away. She didn't deflect either. Her hand moved to a control I couldn't see. A soft click followed as a door behind her unlocked. They'll speak with you. Who? You know who. You're not coming with me. No. Why? I don't need to. She held my gaze just long enough to close that line of questioning. Then she stood. Follow me. I did. The hallway behind reception carried the same controlled weight. No windows, no markers. Doors placed at intervals that meant something to someone who already understood them. Veronica didn't look back, didn't check if I was still there. We passed 3 doors. She stopped at the 4th, opened it, stepped aside. Inside, Mr. Keller. I went in, table, 2 chairs, nothing on the surface, everything somewhere else. Veronica stayed outside. The door closed behind me with a sound that didn't echo. I didn't sit, didn't touch anything, just waited. The opposite door opened after a moment that felt measured. 2 sets of footsteps. I turned. Frankie Marconi came in first. Suit clean. Movement controlled. Expression set somewhere between neutral and unreadable. Joey Walsh followed, already working the room. Angles, distance, positioning. Back in Riverbend, Marconi said. Looks that way. He took the chair without asking. Walsh stayed standing, off to the side. Better angle. You didn't come here last time, Marconi said. I didn't need to. And now I do. He nodded once, not agreement, recognition. You've been active, he said. Office feeds, Ashwood, Stockdale. I didn't respond. He let a faint smile settle. You're easier to track than you think. I'm not trying to be hard to find. That's new. Not really. Silence. Short, intentional. An older woman, I said, passed my office the night before I got back. Walsh shifted slightly. Marconi didn't. You're focusing on the wrong variable, Marconi said. Then correct it. You're assuming movement equals entry. It doesn't. Good, he said. Then we're aligned. That doesn't answer the question. It answers the part that matters. I let that sit. Measured it. She's part of this. No, Marconi said. She's above it. The room tightened. Walsh's posture adjusted. Not defensive, alert. Above Meridian. Marconi didn't confirm it, didn't deny it. You're asking for a name, he said. I am. You won't get one. Why? Names imply access. And I don't have it. Not yet. Silence stretched. You let her be seen, I said. Marconi held my gaze. No, he said. You were positioned to see her. That landed harder. What does she want? Walsh exhaled quietly. Marconi stood, closed the distance just enough to shift the air. You're still thinking in terms of want, he said. That's not how this operates. Then how? Placement. Same word. Different weight. You're not chasing a person, he continued. You're moving through a structure that already accounts for you. That's not how this ends. Marconi gave a slight smile. Ends aren't part of it. Walsh stepped forward half a pace. You need to slow down, he said. Or what? You make a mistake. I looked at him, measured the line. Then stop me. Walsh didn't move. Marconi stepped back, reclaimed the room. That's not our role, he said. Then what is? He moved toward the door, paused, looked back. You've already been told, he said. You're still standing. Different here. Not a message, a status. The door opened. Light cut in. We'll be in touch, Marconi added. Then they were gone. No escalation. No follow-through. Just absence. I stayed a second longer, then turned and walked out. Veronica was back at the desk when I stepped into reception. Same posture, same control. "You have what you need," she said. "Not yet." "You do," she replied. "You're just not using it." I stopped in front of her. "What am I missing?" Her eyes held steady. "You're still asking questions that assume you're outside it." That landed. "Different." "Am I?" She gave the smallest shake of her head. "No." "Then adjust," she said. Silence. Then, "I will." She nodded once. "Good." I turned and walked out. The doors opened. The street took me back. Nothing changed. Everything different. And whatever line I thought I hadn't crossed was already closer than I wanted to admit. Chapter 11. Stockdale. B010010026. I didn't go back to the office. Coderson had already taken enough space for one day. Stack pressure like that and you lose the read. I drove. Not aimless. Not fixed. Just enough movement to let the pieces settle where they were going to land. Placement stayed with me. Marconi used it like structure. Veronica used it like conclusion. Two different tones. Same outcome. I wasn't outside it. That changed the way I had to move. The phone lit again. I turned it over without checking. Didn't need to. Same number. Same persistence. Cindy. Not now. I took the turn into Ashwood without signaling. Stockdale's office held the same surface. Clean lines, controlled frontage. Nothing that asked questions. I didn't park in front. Didn't take the alley. I drove past, looped the block, and came back from the opposite direction. Different angle, different red. I cut the engine half a block down and watched. Assistants rotated out in pairs. Not random, not tight enough to look staged, just structured enough to pass. I counted spacing, tracked rhythm. Waited. 6:11. The alley light shifted. Not off. Not on. Wrong. I didn't need the feed this time. I could see it from the street. A break in something that shouldn't break. 6:12. Stockdale stepped out the front. On time. On pattern. Exactly where he was supposed to be. I got out of the car and crossed without rushing it. He saw me halfway there. Didn't stop. Didn't turn. Just adjusted his pace enough to acknowledge I was part of it now. "Dr. Stockdale." "Mr. Keller." We walked side by side without marking it. That's how you keep things from becoming a scene. "You're consistent," I said. "I run a practice. Not like this." Silence held for a few steps. "You've been watching," he said. "I have." "That's a mistake." "That depends." We reached his car. He stopped. Turned. Faced me clean. No smile, no professional layer. "You need to walk away from this," he said. "That's not happening." "It should." "Why?" "Because you don't understand what you're stepping into." "That's been said." "I'm not saying it as a warning," he said. "I'm telling you how this ends." "It's already moving." That shifted him. Subtle. But there. "You saw something you shouldn't have," he said. "I saw enough." "No," he replied. "You didn't. That's the problem." He studied me for a second. Measured. "You're going to keep pushing," he said. "Yes." And when it pushes back, it already has. That landed. Different than the rest. His posture adjusted. "You think this is about me," he said. "It isn't." "Then why am I here?" "Because you hold still." Silence. He processed it. Didn't deny it. "What happens at 6:11, I said. There it was. The seam. His eyes flicked, just once toward the alley. Enough. "You don't have the angle for that," he said. "I don't need it." "That's where you're wrong." I stepped closer, not enough to crowd, enough to change the distance. Then correct me. He didn't. Didn't move. Didn't speak, which meant I was already closer than he wanted. Tomorrow, I said. Same time. That won't give you what you think. It doesn't need to. He held my gaze a second longer, then nodded. Acceptance. Be careful where you stand, he said. That's not my concern. It should be. I stepped back, gave him space. He got into his car without another word. No hesitation, no look back, just gone. I stayed there a second, then turned. This time, I didn't go around. I went through. The alley. The door wasn't locked. That was new. I didn't pause, didn't question it, just stepped inside. The air changed immediately. Not the front office control, something looser. Less filtered. More honest. I moved through it without touching anything. Hallway, rooms, everything set. Everything clean. Too clean. I reached the room he'd shown me. Door open. Lights off. I stepped inside and let the dark settle. Then, shift behind me. I turned. Joey Walsh stood in the doorway. Still. Waiting. You don't listen well, he said. I listen. Then you're choosing not to. That's accurate. He stepped in. Closed distance without rushing it. You were told to slow down. By you? By everyone. That's not how this works. It is when you're out of position. I didn't move, didn't give ground. Then fix it. His jaw tightened. Just enough. You think this is a game? No. Then what? A system. And you think you can beat it? I don't need to beat it. Then what are you doing? I took a second. Then, finding where it breaks. That changed something. Not in the room. In him. You don't find that by pushing, he said. You find it by standing in the wrong place long enough. Silence. He stepped closer. Inside the space where things stop being conversation. You're not the only one who can stand there, he said. I know. Then why are you still here? Because you are. That caught him. Clean. For a second. Nothing moved. Then he stepped back. Reclaimed distance. This doesn't end the way you think, he said. I'm not thinking about the end. That's the problem. He turned and walked out. Didn't look back. Left me in the room. Alone. I stayed a moment. Let the space settle. Then moved. Because staying wasn't going to give me anything more. Outside, the alley felt tighter. Less forgiving. Like it had decided something. I got back to the car and sat without starting it. Hands on the wheel. Still. Then I reached for the phone. Screen lit. Same thread, same number, same persistence. I held it there a second. Then answered. Didn't speak. Didn't identify. Just held the line. Because whatever came next, I wasn't outside it anymore. Chapter 12. Stockdale. B. 01 001 026. I didn't say anything when I picked up. Just held the line and let the silence carry long enough to confirm who was on the other end. You finally answered. Cindy? Same voice. Different distance. I did. Where are you? Out. That's not an answer. It's the one I'm giving. A pause. Not hesitation. Adjustment. You've been avoiding me. I've been working. That's not the same thing. It is right now. Silence settled between us, heavier than it should have been. Not because of what was said, because of what wasn't. You went to Coderson. Not a question. You already know the answer. I need to hear you say it. I went. What did you find? Structure. That's not helpful. It's accurate. I leaned back slightly, eyes on the alley. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. Same controlled absence sitting exactly where it was supposed to be. "You're stepping into something you don't have coverage for," she said. "I'm not looking for coverage." "That's the problem." "No," I said. "That's the adjustment." I could hear her exhale, controlled, measured, trying to keep it where it didn't turn into something else. "You're not operating with us," she said. "You're operating around us." "Correct? That's not sustainable. It doesn't need to be." Another pause. "You stopped answering my calls?" "Yes." "Why?" I let that sit just long enough to make it clear it wasn't hesitation. "I need the space." "That's not what this is." "It is from my side. You don't get to decide that unilaterally." "I just did." That landed, harder than anything else. "You're shutting me out." "I'm removing variables." "That's what I am now?" "Right now, yes." Silence dropped clean. No recovery, no adjustment, just distance. "You don't mean that," she said. "I do." "No," she replied. "You think you do." I didn't correct it, didn't soften it, because softening it changes the line, and I needed the line where it was. "You're not the only one in this," she said. "You don't get to carry it alone." "I'm not carrying it." "Then what are you doing?" "I'm standing in it. That's not better." "It's necessary." Silence again. Shorter now. Tighter. "What happened over there?" she asked. "Nothing that translates. That's not good enough. It's what I've got. You always have more than that." "Not this time." She let that sit, didn't accept it, didn't challenge it, just held it long enough to understand it wasn't moving. "I've been tracking movement on my side," she said. "Port traffic, financial anomalies, routing inconsistencies. It's not random." "It never is." "Then why are you treating it like it is?" "I'm not." "Then what are you doing?" "Waiting." "For what?" "For it to show itself. It already has. Not where it matters." Silence. Then, "You're missing it." "Then tell me." "I can't." "Why?" "Because I'm not where you are. That's the point." "No," she said. "That's the problem." That held. Longer than anything else. "You need to come in," she said. "Sit down. Run this through with us." "No. That's not a request." "It is from my side. You're not operating independently anymore." "I am right now. That's not going to hold." "It doesn't need to." Another pause. Heavier. "You're changing," she said. I adjusted. "That's not adjustment." "It is." "No," she said. "It's something else." I didn't respond, because defining it would make it real. "Ajax asked about you. He's moving. He's trying to. That's enough. He doesn't think so. That tracks." Silence. Different this time, less pressure, more distance. "You're going to keep doing this." "Yes." "And you're not going to let me in." "No." She let that sit. Then you need to be right." I didn't answer, because that wasn't something I could confirm or afford to deny. "You don't get to be wrong on this," she added. "I know. That's not enough. It's what I've got." Another breath. Controlled. Then, "Call me when you're ready to stop doing this alone." "I won't." "That's not what I asked. It's the answer you're getting." Silence. Then the line went dead. I lowered the phone but didn't move. Didn't start the engine. Didn't shift position. Because nothing in that conversation had changed anything. It just made it clear. I wasn't operating with them anymore. I wasn't operating against them either. I was somewhere else. And that's where the system wanted me. The phone buzzed again. Different number. No ID. I answered without thinking. Yeah. Silence. Not empty. Measured. Then, Marty. Her voice, controlled, precise, not raised. Didn't need to be. Everything in it already held position. I didn't speak, didn't confirm, didn't question. You've accelerated, she said, beyond what was anticipated. Her accent carried through it. Anglo-French, softened at the edges, but exact where it mattered. You're stepping outside the sequence. I don't follow sequences, I said. That's not accurate. Silence. Short. Intentional. You've been positioned, she continued. Every movement since your return has aligned with that placement. Then adjust it. A pause. Not hesitation. Evaluation. You believe you are forcing the structure. I am. No, she said calmly. You are being allowed to apply pressure within a controlled range. That landed differently. Not like Marconi. Not like Walsh. Final. You let me see you, I said. I did not, she replied. You were positioned to see me. Same language, same structure, different weight. Why? Because you needed to understand where you are. And where is that? Another pause. Measured. You are not outside the system, she said. You are not inside it either. Silence. Then. You are being evaluated. That shifted it. Clean. Direct. No room around it. For what? That is not information you have access to. You're talking to me. I'm correcting your position. I leaned back slightly, eyes still on the alley, but nothing out there mattered anymore. You're making a mistake, I said. No, she replied. You are approaching one. Silence. Longer now. You've already crossed the first threshold, she continued. Answering this call confirms it. I didn't respond, didn't move, because she wasn't wrong. Your next decisions will determine whether you remain viable, she said, or you will be removed from the structure. That word sat different coming from her, not a threat, not a warning, just process. You've already lost your external support, she continued. You are isolating internal connections. You are increasing exposure without coverage. She paused. Let it land. You are behaving exactly as expected. That was the part that mattered. You don't control this, I said. No, she replied. Neither do you. The line held for a second longer. Then, continue. The call ended. No goodbye, no break, just gone. I lowered the phone slowly, set it on the seat beside me. Didn't start the engine, didn't move. Because for the first time, it wasn't about what I was chasing. It was about what had already decided to watch me. And whatever came next wasn't going to wait for me to catch up. Chapter 13, Stockdale, B, 01001026. Ashwood could wait. The pattern couldn't. 6:11 passed without me standing in it, and the city didn't react. No shift in the alley. No controlled handoff at the front. Just traffic moving through its lanes like nothing depended on it. Good. That narrowed it. The seam wasn't the time. It was the position. I let that settle and changed direction. Strike King Lane sat on the edge of Riverbend exactly the way it always had. Dead sign, dark glass. A place people stop seeing once it becomes familiar. Up close, it didn't hold. Dust on the outside, clean lines underneath. Maintained. Not abandoned. Someone still cared what it looked like when no one was supposed to. I walked the perimeter once. Side door locked. Badge plate inactive. Windows thicker than the office glass. designed to absorb movement instead of reflecting it. Artemis had chosen this place, or it had been chosen for him. The difference mattered. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. I answered without looking away from the door. Yeah. A breath. Then her voice. Calm. Measured. That Anglo-French edge cutting the words into place. You chose not to stand where you were expected. No introduction, no framing. Just correction. You expected me there, I said. That position was available to you, Marty. She used it like designation, not familiarity. I don't take positions that are handed to me. No, she replied. You take the ones that fail under pressure. Precise, not opinion. Classification. You've been tracking me. I track absence, she said. Where you are not defines where you can be. The door held my reflection. No interior bleed. No hint of depth. Just the street folding back on itself. You were at my office, I said. Yes. No hesitation. You were in Ashwood. I was where your perspective required confirmation. Not surveillance, placement. Why? Because you were still asking from outside. And now? You are beginning to understand there is no exterior. That stripped the question down. No outside meant no vantage. No vantage meant no distance. Coderson, Marconi, Walsh, they operated inside the structure. She didn't. Coderson controls the room, I said. Marconi thinks he's steering it. They manage what they are permitted to manage, she replied. Their control is conditional. And yours. I do not operate under that constraint. No denial, no admission, just removal. You've been sending the messages. Yes. Since South Africa? Yes. Why me? A pause. Measured. You did not collapse when the structure applied pressure, she said. That made you relevant. Not selected. Not chosen. Relevant. You call me Marty. Yes. Why? Because that is the position you occupy. Not a name. A function. You're redefining me. I am identifying your location. The distinction mattered. Control versus inevitability. You're not watching me. No. You're predicting me. I'm observing the structure you move through, she said. Prediction implies uncertainty. No uncertainty. That sat wrong, which meant it was right. You're above Meridian. Silence. Clean. Final. Answer without confirmation. You've been placing things, I said. The letter, the timing, the exposure. Yes. Why? Alignment, she said. You require it to proceed. I don't require anything. You require the illusion that your decisions are independent. No shift in tone, no increase in pressure, just placement of fact. You think I'm part of this. You are inside it, she replied. That distinction matters. The glass reflected movement again. Cars passing. Nothing touching the building, or touching it in a way I couldn't see. Artemis, I said. You've kept him out of reach. A pause. He is not available to you. That's not your call. It is not your position. There it was. Boundary. Defined. Where is he? That question returns you to a prior state, she said. You are moving forward. I'm finding him. No. No force. No argument. Just certainty. You don't make that decision. It has already been made. Silence pressed in. Structured. You entered Ashwood through the alley, she said. Incorrectly. That's where the seam is? That is where you perceive a break, she replied. You are seeing a partial. partial. Not wrong, incomplete. I'm missing something. You are seeing what persists, she said, not what resolves. That was the difference. The structure didn't hide. It filtered. You chose not to stand at 6'11". Yes. That deviation was correct. Not approval. Assessment. You're measuring me. I'm observing alignment. Different words. Same outcome. You'll go back to Ashwood, she said. Not instruction. Projection. You don't give me orders. I describe outcomes. I watched the door. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. And yet the space felt decided. You're not telling me where Artemis is. No. You're not explaining the structure. No. You're placing me. Yes. No variation. No deviation. Just confirmation. Then I'll break it, I said. A pause. You will attempt to, she replied. The line cut. No tone, no disconnect, just absence. I lowered the phone and stepped up to the door. Cold handle. No resistance. Inside wasn't going to give me answers. That wasn't the point. The point was movement. If the structure required alignment, then standing still was the only real mistake. I turned the handle and stepped forward. Chapter 14. Stockdale, B. 01, 001, 026. Strike King Lane smelled like it had been closed for years. That was the first lie. Dust carried through the air, but it hadn't settled. Not fully. Something had moved through. It recent enough to disturb, controlled enough to leave no pattern behind. I let the door close behind me without turning. No lights, no system noise. Just the echo of a space that used to carry sound and no longer needed to. The lane stretched ahead, dark wood, faint sheen still holding under what little light bled in from the street. Ball returns sat idle, seating untouched, scoreboards dead, abandoned on the surface, maintained underneath. That contradiction again. I moved forward, slow enough to read the room without forcing it. Steps stayed light. No reason to announce anything unless something else needed to hear it. Halfway down the lanes, the space shifted. Not sound. Alignment. I stopped. Listened. Nothing. That was the signal. Silence doesn't hold like this unless something is holding it. Artemis, not his style, his intent, layered systems built inside something simple enough to be ignored. I cut off the main lane and moved toward the back corridor. Employees only. Door cracked just enough to matter. Not oversight. Not neglect. Position. I pushed through. The hallway narrowed immediately. Utility lines exposed along the ceiling. Storage doors set at even intervals. No labels. No identifiers. Coderson design language. Stripped down. Functional. I passed the first door. Second. Third. Unlocked. I stopped. Didn't reach for it right away. Let the space settle first. Then opened it. Office. Not large. Not empty. And not abandoned. Clean desk. Dual monitors. Cable runs tight and deliberate. Equipment modern, but not new. Maintained. This wasn't history. It was fallback. Artemis had been here, or something operating on his level had. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. No dust on the chair. No accumulation at the edges. This space had been used recently enough to matter. I powered one of the monitors on. It came up too fast. No lock, no authentication. That was wrong. Artemis didn't leave access open. Unless he didn't leave. The system loaded into a stripped interface. No clutter, no files, no navigation, just a terminal. Waiting. I didn't touch it. Not yet. Instead, I set my phone on the desk, screen up, then stepped back, changed my position. Shifted angle. Deliberate misalignment. I held it. 10 seconds. 15. Nothing. No message. No correction. No response. Good. I moved again. Different stance. Different angle. Out of rhythm. Still nothing. That told me something. She wasn't responding to movement. She was responding to structure. I stepped back to the desk and tapped the terminal. One line appeared. Session active. No login, no prompt. Just access. I typed, "Who left this open?" Nothing. Cursor blinked. Waiting. I adjusted. When was last access? A pause. Then, current. I leaned back slightly. That meant one of two things. Someone had just been here, or the system didn't recognize absence. Neither option worked in my favor. My phone buzzed. I let it sit, then picked it up. Unknown number. Same structure, I answered. "Yeah, you are testing incorrectly." Her voice, unchanged, controlled. "You're not responding to movement," I said. "No, you're responding to structure. I am observing alignment." Same phrasing. Same correction. I glanced at the terminal. Still active. "You left this open?" "No." "Then who did?" "That question does not improve your position. It improves my understanding." "No," she said. "It delays it." I shifted again. Subtle, measured. "You're not tracking me in real time. I do not need to." "Then how are you adjusting?" "I am not adjusting." That held, which meant nothing was reacting to me. I was moving through something already set. "You knew I'd come here." "Yes." "Because of Artemis." "Because of pattern. Not him. The structure around him." That changed the read. "He used this place." "No." "A beat?" "Then." He intersected it. Same language, same system. Overlap. "You've been here?" "Yes." "Recently." Silence. Confirmation. "You're keeping him from me." "He's not being withheld," she said. "He's not available." "That's the same thing." "It is not." Short silence. Tight. I turned back to the terminal. Typed, "Artemis location, nothing." Then, "Invalid query." My phone vibrated again. Still on the line. "You are requesting resolution without alignment," she said. "Then align me." That is what is occurring. I exhaled slowly. Let the room settle. Strike King. Coderson. Ashwood. Same structure. Different layers. You're not trying to stop me. No. You're shaping the path. Yes. Why? Silence. Longer this time. Then. Because you persist. Not motive. Not intention. Condition. I shut the monitor off. Not because I was done. Because this wasn't where the answer lived. You're not going to tell me where he is. No. You're not going to explain the structure. No. You're going to keep moving me. Yes. No variation, no deviation. I turned toward the door. Then I'll find the break. You will attempt to, she replied. I opened the door, stepped into the hallway, stopped. One more question. What happens if I step out of it? Silence, then 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. You cannot. Not threat. Not warning. Constraint. I ended the call. The hallway felt narrower on the way out. Not physically. Structurally. Like it had resolved something while I was inside. I moved back through the lanes without slowing. Didn't check the shadows. Didn't scan the exits. Because none of that mattered anymore. The building wasn't empty. It just wasn't operating in a way I could see. Outside, the air hit sharper, clearer. defined. I got back in the Skylark and started the engine. This time, no hesitation, no drift, no second pass. Ashwood. 611, the seam. And now, I wasn't watching it. I was stepping into it. Chapter 15. Stockdale, B 01001026. I got there early. Not by much, just enough to feel the space before it settled into what it was going to be. Ashwood held the same surface. Clean lines, controlled movement. Nothing out of place. Nothing asking to be questioned. I didn't park across the street this time, didn't circle, didn't observe. I pulled in front and killed the engine, stepped out, took position. 6:08. People moved past me without slowing. Assistants rotated inside the office, visible through the glass. Routine carried clean, like it always did. Nothing shifted. That was the problem. 6:09. I stepped closer to the building. Not inside, not yet. Just enough to change my position, to be seen, to be part of the structure instead of outside it. That mattered now. 6:10. The alley sat to my right, out of direct view, but not out of reach. I didn't turn toward it, didn't check it. I let it sit, because this time, I wasn't watching for the seam, I was standing in it. 6:11. The shift hit. Not visual, not immediate, but there. The air changed, subtle, like something had been removed instead of added. I moved, no hesitation. Cut right. Into the alley. The light was wrong again. Not out, not on, just misaligned. The door at the back sat closed, not cracked, not open. Closed. I stepped up to it and put my hand on the handle. Didn't pull it. Not yet, because this was the point. The moment where the structure decided if I was inside it, or still pretending I wasn't. I opened the door. The hallway inside held the same stripped-down design. No identifiers, no wasted space, just function. But this time, it wasn't empty. Footsteps, behind me. Fast, closing. I turned. Joey Walsh came out of the alley like he'd been waiting for the moment I crossed. Not rushed, not sloppy. Timed. "You don't listen," he said. "I heard you." Then you ignored it. I adjusted. He didn't like that. I saw it in the way his shoulders set, just slightly tighter than before. "This isn't where you stand," he said. "It is now." Silence. Short. Tight. "You were told to slow down," he said. "I don't slow down for structure." "That's not your call." I held my ground. Didn't step back. Didn't step forward. Just stayed where I was. That forced the next move onto him. He closed distance. Not all the way. Just enough to make it clear he could. "You're out of position," he said. "Then fix it." That landed. Harder than it should have, because it forced him into something he hadn't committed to yet. Force. Not observation, not correction. Force. "You think this ends with you walking out of here," he said. "I'm not thinking about the end. That's the problem. I've heard that before." He stepped in closer. Now we were inside it. No room for adjustment. No space for repositioning. "You don't get it," he said. "No," I replied. "You don't want me to." That was the line. The one that pushed it past controlled. His hand moved first, fast. Clean, not a warning. Not a test, contact. I caught it. Redirected, not aggressive. Not yet. Just enough to break his timing. That shifted it. He didn't reset. Didn't step back. He committed. Second strike came harder. I took it differently. Moved inside it. Closed distance instead of giving it. That's where it breaks. Not at range. Inside. He adjusted quick. Better than most. Which meant this wasn't new for him. We moved through it without speaking. Angles, weight. Balance. Nothing wasted, nothing sloppy. But something was off. Not in him. In me. I wasn't controlling it. I was pushing it. Harder than I should have. Faster than I normally would. That's what Victoria meant. Not control. Pressure. And pressure breaks things. His third move came low. I didn't read it clean. Caught it late. Took the hit. Stepped through it instead of away. Closed again. Too close now. No structure left. Just reaction. I drove him back into the wall. Hard. He recovered. Came off it. Fast. But not clean. That was the first crack. I saw it. And I pushed it. That's where it went wrong. I didn't stop. Didn't reset. Didn't pull back. I kept going. One more step. One more strike. One more push. Too much. He slipped. Not balance. Position. I had him. And I didn't let it go. That's the part that matters. Not the contact. Not the fall. The decision not to stop. His head hit the edge of the wall. Sharp. Wrong. Final. Everything stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. He dropped. No recovery. No movement. Just still. I stepped back, breathing controlled, hands steady, too steady. That wasn't supposed to happen. That's the lie. It was always going to happen, just not here. Not like this. I looked down at him. Nothing. No adjustment. No correction. No system response. Just consequence. Stockdale stood at the far end of the hallway. I hadn't heard him come in. That tracked. He looked at Walsh, then at me. No shock, no panic. Just recognition. You crossed it, he said. I stood in it. That's not the same thing. I didn't respond. Because he was right. He stepped closer. Not rushing. Not careful, just moving through it. You weren't supposed to push that far, he said. You didn't stop me. I wasn't supposed to. That landed. Different. You think this is on you, he continued. It's not. I looked at Walsh again. Still nothing. That's not how it works, I said. It is here. Silence. Heavy. Defined. What happens now? I asked. Stockdale held my gaze. You already know, he said. I did. I just hadn't said it yet. He turned. Didn't stay. Didn't check. Just left. That was the second problem. No one tried to stop me. No one tried to contain it. Which meant this was part of it. I stood there a second longer, then moved. Out of the hallway, through the alley, back into the street. Everything outside still held. Same traffic, same rhythm, same normal. Like nothing had shifted. I got into the Skylark and started the engine. Hand steady, too steady. Then I reached for the phone. This time, I didn't wait. I made the call. 132nd. Dennis, because whatever this was, I wasn't carrying it alone. Not this part. Not anymore. Chapter 16. Stockdale, B. 01 001 026. Dennis picked up on the second ring. Halpern, it's Keller. Pause. Short. Measured. Where are you? Ashwood. Back alley behind Stockdale's office. Another pause. Longer this time. What happened? I need you to come take a look. That's not an answer. It's the one I'm giving. Silence held for a second, then. You alone? Yes. You armed? Yes. Another breath. Controlled. Stay where you are, he said. Don't touch anything else. I already moved. Of course you did, he muttered. I'm 10 out. The line went dead. I lowered the phone and sat there for a second, engine still running. The alley behind me didn't change. No movement. No reaction. No one stepping into position to correct what had just happened. That was the part that stayed with me. No response, no containment, nothing from the system. I killed the engine and stepped back out. The door to the hallway sat where I left it. Closed. No sign it had been opened. No bleed from inside. Clean, too clean. I went back in. Same hallway. Same air. Same stillness. Walsh hadn't moved. Position unchanged. Impact final. No correction coming. I didn't step closer this time. Didn't need to. The read wasn't going to change. Footsteps hit the alley outside 10 minutes later. Fast. Purposeful. I didn't turn. Dennis came in with 2 uniforms behind him. He took one look at me, then past me, into the hallway. "You didn't wait," he said. "You told me to stay." "That's not the same thing." "It never is." He moved past me without another word. The uniforms followed. Short commands, low voices, scene containment, procedural, controlled, like it was supposed to be. Dennis stopped just inside the hallway and looked down at Walsh. Didn't kneel, didn't touch. Just read the position. "How long?" he asked. 15 minutes. "Witnesses?" "None." "Of course." He stepped closer then, crouched, checked for what he already knew he wasn't going to find. "Dead," one of the uniforms said. Dennis didn't respond to him, didn't need to. He stood back up and turned toward me. "You want to tell me how this happened?" "No." That held, different than usual. He studied me for a second longer than he should have. "That's new," he said. "I'll give you what you need." "That's not what I asked for." "It's what you're getting." Silence stretched. He wasn't used to that answer. Not from me. "Walk me through it," he said. I did. Not everything. Not the system. Not the call. Just the structure, alley, entry, contact, escalation. No embellishment. No defense. Just sequence. He listened without interrupting. That mattered. When I finished, he nodded once. "Self-defense," he said. "Started that way. And ended." I didn't answer. Didn't need to. He exhaled slowly. "Jesus, Keller." "Yeah." He turned away from me and walked to the hallway once, not looking for evidence, looking for something else. Context. He didn't find it. "Who is he?" Dennis asked. "Joey Walsh." That stopped him. He turned back. "Say that again." "You heard me." "Marconi's guy." "Yes." Another pause. He looked down at Walsh again, then back at me. "You didn't mention that earlier." "You didn't ask. That's not how this works." "It is now." That landed wrong. For him. For me. For everything in the room. "You're telling me you got into it with one of Hawthorne's hitters in a back hallway behind a dental office in Ashwood," he said, keeping his voice low. "And it just happened." "That's accurate." "That's not possible." "It is tonight." Silence. He stepped closer, lowered his voice further. "What are you into?" "Something structured." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one that holds." He searched my face for something. Crack, hesitation, anything he could work with. Didn't find it. "Stockdale," he said. "Yes." "He's tied to this." "Yes." "Where is he?" "Gone." "Convenient." "That's the pattern." Dennis shook his head once, slow. "You're telling me there's a pattern here?" "Yes. And this is part of it." "Yes." He looked around the hallway again, then back at Walsh, then at me. "You don't look surprised," he said. "I'm not." "That's a problem." "I know." Silence again. He straightened, adjusted his jacket, shifted back into procedural. "All right," he said. "Here's what's going to happen." I didn't respond. didn't interrupt. "You're coming in," he continued. "You're going to give a formal statement. We process this clean. It won't stay clean. It will if I keep it that way. That's not your call." That hit. He stepped in closer. "That's exactly my call," he said. "You're in my city, in my case, with a body on the ground. That makes it my call. For now. For as long as I say it is." We held that for a second. Then he broke it. "Get in the car," he said. I nodded once. Didn't argue, didn't resist. Because this part had to follow the rules, even if the rest of it didn't. I stepped out into the alley with him. The uniforms were already moving Walsh's body, clean, efficient, like it was just another scene. That was the problem. It wasn't. Dennis stopped at the car door and looked at me one more time. "You're not telling me everything," he said. "No." "You better start." "Not yet." He opened the door. "Get in." I did. The door shut. The car pulled out. And for the first time since this started, I wasn't moving by choice. I was being moved. And that was exactly where the system wanted me. Chapter 17, Stockdale, B. 010010026. The ride to the 132nd stayed quiet. Dennis drove. Didn't run lights. Didn't rush it. Just held the lane and let the city move around us like nothing had shifted. That was the part that didn't track. Something had shifted. It just hadn't shown up where it was supposed to yet. I sat forward, hands loose, not cuffed. That told me where I stood for now. Not cleared, not contained, held. That was worse. Dennis didn't look at me, didn't ask anything else. He was building the report in his head, lining it up with what he could defend, what he could push, what he could bury. That's how he worked. Not wrong, not clean. Effective. We pulled into the lot and parked in the back. No front door, no walkthrough, straight to processing. "Out," he said. I stepped out and followed him inside. The hallway carried the same weight it always had. Old paint, bad lighting, everything just functional enough to keep moving. Nothing about it changed. Everything about it felt different. He took me past the bullpen, past the desks, into a side room instead of interrogation. That mattered. Not formal, not official, not yet. "Sit," he said. I did. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it instead of taking the chair across from me. That mattered more. He wasn't ready to write it down. He was still trying to understand it. "You want to start over?" he said. "No." That wasn't a question. It wasn't an answer. Silence. He let it sit. Then pushed off the door and took the chair across from me. "You killed Joey Walsh," he said. "Yes." Self-defense. It started that way. And ended. I didn't answer. He watched me, long enough to confirm I wasn't going to give him anything more than that. "Walk it again," he said. I did. Same sequence, same control. No additions, no gaps filled, just the structure he could use. He listened without interrupting. That was his tell. When he started asking questions midstream, he was building a case. When he let it run, he was looking for the break. I finished. He didn't move right away, didn't speak, just sat there with it. "You went through the alley," he said finally. "Yes." "You knew someone would be there." "I knew something would." "That's not the same thing." "It is now." He didn't like that. I saw it. Didn't push it. "You're telling me this wasn't random," he said. "No." "You're telling me you were expected." "Yes." "That makes no sense." "It doesn't have to." "For me it does." "It won't." Silence. He leaned back slightly, exhaled through his nose. "You're not helping yourself here," he said. "I'm not trying to. That's new. It's accurate. He nodded once. Slow. Processing. Stockdale, he said. Yes. He's in this. Yes. Where is he? Gone. Of course he is. He looked down at his hands for a second, then back up. You see how this looks, he said. I do. Then explain it. I can't. Won't. Both. That held. Longer than anything else. You've been pushing cases to the line for years, he said. You've never stepped over it like this. I didn't plan to. That's not what I'm asking. I know. Silence again. Different now. Less procedural, more personal. What changed? He said. That was the wrong question. Or the right one. Depends where you're standing. Structure, I said. That's not an answer. It is if you're inside it. I'm not. That's the problem. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, voice lower. Then put me inside it. I can't. Why? Because it doesn't work that way. Try me. I held it, measured it. Then. It places you, I said, not the other way around. He didn't react right away, didn't dismiss it, didn't accept it, just held it long enough to see if anything else followed. Nothing did. That's what you're going with, he said. That's what holds. He sat back, shook his head once. You sound like you're already gone, he said. I'm here. Not all of you. That landed. Didn't show it. But it landed. The door opened. One of the uniforms stepped in. Detective, he said. We got a call. Dennis didn't look away from me. What kind? Internal. That shifted it. Dennis stood. From who? They didn't give a name. Of course they didn't. What did they say? The uniform hesitated. Then. They said the scene is contained. Silence. Dennis looked at me, then back at him. Contained, he repeated. Yes, sir. Anything else? They said the report should reflect a single point of escalation. No additional actors. Dennis didn't respond. Didn't need to. He understood what that meant. So they're writing it for us now, he said. Yes, sir. The uniform stepped back out and closed the door. Dennis stayed standing. Didn't sit back down. You want to explain that? He said. No. Because you can't. Because it doesn't help. That's not your call. It isn't yours either. That held. Different now. He looked at me longer than he had all night. You're in deeper than I can pull you out of, he said. Yes. And you're not asking for help. No. Why? I took a second. Then. Because this doesn't stop if I do. Silence. He nodded once. Not agreement. Acceptance. All right, he said. Here's what we're going to do. I didn't move. Didn't interrupt. We process it clean, he continued. Self-defense. Single actor. No extended engagement. That's what they want. That's what I can prove. Difference mattered. You're not cleared, he added. You're not out. You're in holding until I decide otherwise. For now. For as long as I say it is. Same line, different weight now. I nodded once. Didn't argue. Because this part wasn't the system. This was his. And I needed it to stay that way. He moved to the door, stopped, turned back. You get one thing, he said. What? If this spills into my house again, if another body drops tied to whatever this is, I don't care what structure you think you're in, I put you down. I know. Good. He opened the door. Sit tight. He stepped out. Door closed. I sat there, hands still. Breathing steady. Everything controlled. Too controlled. because now it wasn't just the system moving me. It was writing around me, containing the scene, shaping the report, defining the outcome before it hit paper. That was new. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe I was just close enough to see it now. I leaned back in the chair and let the room settle. No clock, no window, no reference point, just space. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I was being held or positioned, and that difference was starting to matter less. Chapter 18. Stockdale, B. 010. 01026. They didn't put me in a cell. That was the first tell. Holding room. Metal chair. Table bolted to the floor. No clock, no window, no mirror that admitted what it was. Light set just low enough to flatten everything into the same tone. Not containment, staging. I sat where Dennis left me and let the room settle. Sound carried wrong in here. Too even, like it had been tuned to remove edges. You could lose time in a place like this without noticing it leave. I didn't try to track it. Didn't need to. The system wasn't using time the way I was. Footsteps passed outside once, then again, then stopped. A key turned somewhere down the hall. A door opened, closed. Routine noise. Nothing tied to me. That was the second tell. If this was just a homicide, the rhythm would be different. More movement, more voices, more questions trying to get in front of each other. This stayed clean, defined, like someone had already decided how it was going to read. The door opened. Dennis came back in alone. No file, no recorder, no second chair. He closed the door and stayed standing. "They called again," he said. "Same voice." "No," he replied. "Different channel." That mattered. "What did they want?" I asked. "They didn't ask for anything," he said. They clarified. On what? He watched me for a second before answering. "Sequence," he said. "Single point of escalation. No additional actors. No extended engagement." Same language. Same structure. "They're not asking," I said. "I noticed." He moved to the table and set both hands on it, leaning in just enough to change the space. "You want to tell me who they are?" "No, because you can't. Because it won't hold." "That's not how this works," he said. "It is if you're inside it." He held that, same as before, looking for a place to push. "Then give me something that does hold," he said. I took a second. Then, "Stockdale isn't the source," I said. "He's a node." "That's not helpful." "It is if you follow it." "To where?" "Somewhere that doesn't show on a report." "That's convenient." "That's the design." Silence. He shifted his weight, then pulled the chair out and sat this time. That was the third tell. He wasn't trying to end this quick. He was trying to understand where it went next. "You said structure," he said. "Define it." "I can't." "Try." "It places movement," I said. "It doesn't react to it." "That's vague." "It's accurate." He tapped the table once with his fingers, thinking it through. "You're saying whatever this is, it's not responding to you?" "No, it's already ahead of you." "Yes." "And it let this happen." I didn't answer. Didn't need to. He saw it anyway. "Jesus," he muttered. He leaned back, ran a hand across his face, then looked at me again. "And now it's cleaning it." "Yes." "That's not possible." "It is tonight." That line again. Different weight each time. He sat with it, then stood. "All right," he said. "Here's where we are." I didn't move. "You're booked," he continued. "Temporary hold. We process the statement, push it through as clean as it can go." "That's what they want." "That's what I can prove." Same distinction, same line. He moved to the door, then stopped. "One more thing," he said. "What?" He studied me, longer than before. "You're not surprised." "I told you that. That's the part that doesn't sit." "It will." "No," he said. "It won't." He opened the door. "Get comfortable." I didn't. He stepped out and closed it behind him. The room went quiet again. Not empty. Held. I sat there a minute, maybe more, then reached into my coat and pulled the letter out. Folded once. Creased clean. I opened it. "You're still standing." It didn't read like a message anymore. It read like confirmation. Status. I set it on the table and looked at it without trying to pull anything else out of it. Then, the light shifted. Not off, not on. Wrong. Same as the alley. Same as the seam. I didn't move, didn't react, just waited. The door opened without a key. No sound, no announcement. She stepped in like the room had already been cleared for her. Victoria Whitaker. Sandy brown hair, set clean. Coat structured, tailored to fit without drawing attention. Everything about her said control without ever needing to show it. She closed the door behind her. Didn't lock it. Didn't need to. "You've accelerated," she said. Same tone, same precision, different space. "You brought me here," I said. "No," she replied. "You entered the sequence. That's your version. It is the accurate one." She stepped closer, stopping at the edge of the table. Not sitting, not leaning, just holding position. Dennis wasn't part of this. The precinct wasn't part of this. This room was. "You allowed the escalation," I said. "You applied it," she corrected. "And you didn't stop it. That is not my function." Silence. Tight. "You're shaping outcomes," I said. "I am observing alignment." "That's not what this looks like." "That is because you are still assigning intent," she said. "There is no intent." That didn't hold. Not from her. Not here. "You walked into my office," I said. "Yes." "You placed the letter." "Yes." "You called me." "Yes." "That's intent." "No," she replied. "That is structure." She let that sit. Didn't press it. Didn't explain it. Just held it in place. "You're not here for answers," she said. "You're here for confirmation." "Of what?" "That you are still within viable parameters." There it was again. Evaluation. I didn't respond. Didn't shift. Just held the line. "You crossed a threshold," she continued. "Physical engagement beyond correction." I defended myself. "You escalated beyond necessity." That landed clean, because it was true. "You didn't stop me," I said. "You were not meant to be stopped." "For what?" Another pause. Measured. "To determine whether you would." I looked at her. Not through the system. Not through the case. Just her. "You're testing me." "No," she said. "The structure is." "And you're what?" She didn't answer that. Didn't need to. "You are now contained," she continued. "Not by law, by position." I leaned back slightly, hand still on the table. "You think this holds me?" "It already does." Silence. "You will be released," she said. "On what?" "On the report that is being written. By you." "No," she replied. "By them." She nodded once toward the door. "Dennis, the uniforms, the process, all of it. You're just aligning it." "Yes." That was the difference. Not control. Alignment. "You're not stopping me," I said. "No." "You're not helping me." "No." "You're moving me." "Yes." Same answers. Same structure, no deviation. You'll return to Ashwood, she said. Why? Because the seam remains unresolved. Not instruction, projection. You don't know that. I do. Silence. Then. You are still standing, Marty. Different here. Not a message. A status update. She turned, opened the door, stopped. Do not attempt to step outside the structure, she said. I didn't respond. Because you cannot. She stepped out. The door closed. No sound, no echo. Just gone. The light settled back into place. Normal, if that word still meant anything. I looked at the letter on the table, then at the door, then at nothing. Because now. It wasn't about what I was doing next. It was about what had already decided it for me. And for the first time, that didn't feel like pressure. It felt like direction. Chapter 19. Stockdale, B, 010, 01026. The door opened again without ceremony. Dennis stepped in alone. No uniform behind him this time. No clipboard. No recorder. Just him in the room, like he'd decided to leave the rest of it outside. He closed the door and stood there a second, looking at the table. Then at me. You've been busy, he said. I didn't answer. He walked in, pulled the chair out and sat across from me, elbows on his knees, hands loose, not official posture, personal. That call, he said. That wasn't us. No. You going to tell me who it was? No. He nodded once, like he expected it, then leaned back and ran a hand across his face. All right, he said quietly. Then I'm going to talk. I let him. That scene in Ashwood, he went on. It doesn't read right. It's too clean, too contained, like someone trimmed it before it got to me. Yes, that's not normal. No. And you're sitting here like it is. It is tonight. He shook his head. That's the part I can't get past, he said. You're not reacting to any of this. I am. Not the way you should be. That's not how this works. For me it is. Silence. He leaned forward again, closer this time. Look at me, he said. I did. You're too close to something you don't understand, he said. And you're acting like that's a strategy. It's not a strategy. Then what is it? Position. He exhaled sharply. That word again. It holds. It doesn't hold in my world, he said. In my world, things make sense. Evidence lines up. People make decisions. There's cause and effect. There still is. Then show it to me. I didn't answer. Couldn't. Because it didn't line up the way he needed it to. That's what I thought, he said. He stood, paced once across the room, then came back. You've worked cases on the edge before, he said. You've pushed things further than you should. I've let you. Hell, I've used it when it got results. I know. But this, he stopped, looking for the word, then gave up on it. This is different. Yes, you're not pushing a case, he said. You're letting something push you. That landed. Clean. I didn't move. You feel it, he said. Don't tell me you don't. I do. Then stop. No. That was immediate, no hesitation. He stared at me. Why? Because it doesn't stop if I do. That's not how anything works. It is here. He shook his head again, slower this time. You keep saying that, he said. Like it explains anything. It doesn't. Then why say it? Because it's the only thing that stays consistent. Silence stretched between us, not empty, tight. You killed Walsh, he said. Yes? You think that was an accident? No. You think it was inevitable. I didn't answer. That was answer enough. He stepped closer, lowered his voice. That's where you're wrong, he said. Nothing is inevitable. People make choices. You made one. I did. And now you're trying to tell me it wasn't yours. I'm telling you it didn't start with me. That doesn't matter. It does here. He let that sit. Then, you're not hearing me, he said. This doesn't end with you walking out of it clean. You keep going. You don't come back from it. I'm not trying to come back. That's the problem. He stepped back, hands on his hips now, pacing again. You've got me in a room, he said. You've got a body tied to you. I can still help you. I can still keep this inside my house. I know. Then let me. There it was. Not procedural. Not official. A plea. Tell me what I need to know, he said. Let me pull you back from this before it gets worse. I looked at him. Not the detective. Not the badge. Just Dennis. 15 years on the force. Enough cases to know where things break. Enough experience to know when something doesn't fit. He wasn't wrong. He just wasn't where I was. You can't pull me back, I said. Try me. I am. That's not trying, he said. That's shutting me out. It's protecting you. That stopped him. From what? From where this goes. That's my job. Not this part. Silence. He held it. Didn't push. Didn't interrupt. Just waited. You don't trust me, he said finally. I do. Then act like it. I am. That's not what this looks like. That's because you're not seeing it from where I am. Then show me. I can't. Won't. Both. He let out a breath, slow, controlled, like he was trying not to let frustration take over. You're going to get yourself killed, he said. Maybe. That doesn't bother you. It does. Then stop. No. Same answer. Same line. No movement. He nodded once. Not agreement. Not acceptance. Just acknowledgement that this wasn't going to shift. All right, he said. Different tone now. Back to procedural. Back to distance. I process this clean, he continued. Self-defense. Single actor. No extended engagement. I know. You walk out of here. For now. For as long as it holds. Same language. Same weight. He moved to the door. Stopped. Turned back one more time. If this crosses back into my world, he said. If it touches another body, another scene, another report, I don't care what you think you're inside of. I come for you. I know. You won't see it coming. That tracks. He held my gaze a second longer, then nodded. Get out of my room, he said. I stood. Didn't rush it. Didn't hesitate. Just moved. The door opened. The hallway waited. Same as before. Same weight. Different position. I stepped past him and out into the corridor. Didn't look back. Didn't need to. Because whatever line he was trying to hold, I was already past it. And whatever came next, he wasn't going to be able to stop it. Not from his side, not anymore. Chapter 20. Stockdale, B. 0100102-6. The hallway outside Dennis's office didn't feel like a hallway. It felt like a line. I crossed it without stopping. No one called after me. No uniform stepped in front of me. No last-minute question trying to catch something I hadn't said. Clean. That was the problem. I moved through the bullpen without looking at anyone long enough to register. Phones rang, reports moved, chairs shifted. The same low-level noise that keeps a place like this from collapsing under its own weight. None of it touched me. That was new. I pushed through the exit and stepped into the night. Air hit colder than it should have. Not temperature. Definition. Like the space outside had already decided what it was and didn't need input. The Skylark sat where I left it, unmoved, unquestioned. I got in, closed the door, and didn't start the engine. Hands on the wheel. Still. Dennis's words stayed with me longer than they should have. I can still help you. That was the last thing that held from his side. And it didn't hold far enough. The scene in Ashwood hadn't just been processed. It had been shaped. Contained before it could spread. Defined before it could change. That meant Walsh's death wasn't a break in the system. It was part of it. That's where it shifted. Not in the alley. Not in the hallway. Here. Now. I wasn't dealing with something I could expose. I was moving through something that had already accounted for exposure. The phone sat on the seat beside me, face down. Quiet. Not because it had nothing to say, because it didn't need to say it yet. I turned it over. Screen lit. No missed calls, no messages. Clean, same pattern. I reached into my coat and pulled the letter out. Folded once, creased like it had always been there. I opened it. You're still standing. It didn't read like a reminder anymore. It read like status. I set it on the dash and looked out through the windshield. Riverbend held its shape. Traffic moved. Lights cycled. People crossed streets without thinking about where they were stepping. All of it still worked. That didn't mean it was real. The seam wasn't 6:11. It wasn't 12:47. It wasn't a time. It was a position, and I had stepped into it. I started the engine. Didn't think about where I was going, because the direction had already been decided. Ashwood. Stockdale. Not the office, not the front. Him. I pulled out of the lot and let the car take the turn. No hesitation, no second pass. The drive didn't take long. It didn't need to. Everything about it felt shorter than it should have. Like the distance between points had been reduced without changing the map. That was new. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just hadn't seen it before. I pulled up outside Stockdale's house and cut the engine. Lights on inside. Movement through the front window. Not routine, not controlled. Off. I stepped out and crossed the yard without slowing. Didn't knock. Didn't wait. I went in. The door wasn't locked. Of course it wasn't. Stockdale stood in the living room when I stepped through. No coat, no posture, no control. Just a man who had run out of places to stand. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." That landed. Hard. He didn't argue it. Didn't try to redirect it. He just stood there, hand slightly shaking, eyes not tracking clean. "You brought him," he said. "Walsh?" He nodded. "I didn't bring him," I said. "He was already there. That's not how this works. It is now." Silence. He swallowed hard. "You don't understand what you've done," he said. "I do." "No," he replied. "You don't." I stepped closer. Not aggressive, not fast. Just enough to remove the space between us. "You're paying someone," I said. "Not for protection. Not for silence." He didn't answer. Didn't need to. "It's structured," I continued. "Timed. Routed through ghost accounts. Arthur Vane doesn't exist." That hit. His eyes shifted. That was enough. "You're laundering it," I said. "Not for yourself. For them." There it was. He shook his head. "Too fast. Too late." "I didn't have a choice," he said. "You did." "No," he snapped. "You don't get to say that." His voice broke. Not loud, but enough. "They came to me," he continued. "They knew everything. The debt, the accounts, the schedule. Everything." That tracked. "They didn't ask," he said. "They placed it." Same word, same structure. You said yes, I said. I complied, he corrected. Difference mattered. Who? I asked. He laughed. Short. Broken. You think there's a who? He said. There's no one to point at. There's always someone. Not here. That landed. Wrong, which meant it was right. You're feeding it, I said. Yes. How far does it go? I don't know. Try. He shook his head again. I see my part, he said. That's it. That's enough. No, he said. It's not. Silence dropped between us. Heavy, defined. You killed Walsh, he said. Yes. They'll adjust. I know. You think that gives you leverage? No. Then what does it give you? I took a second. Then, position. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, something had shifted. You're already gone, he said. No, you are, he insisted. You just don't see it yet. That sat. Didn't move. Didn't need to. Where does the money go after you send it? I asked. I told you. I don't know. You do. I don't. I stepped closer again. Now there was no space left. You see the routing, I said, even if you don't understand it. He hesitated. That was the answer. It fragments, he said finally. Splits across endpoints. Reforms somewhere I can't see. Where? I told you. I don't. Where? He broke, not loud, not dramatic, just enough. Port Calusa, he said. There it was. Node, connection, spine. That's where it resolves, he added. After that, it's gone. Not gone. Converted. That was enough. I stepped back. Gave him space. He didn't take it. Didn't move. Just stood there like the room had already closed around him. They'll remove me, he said. Yes. You will too. I didn't answer, because that part, I didn't control. You should have stayed out of it, he said. That was never an option. No, he agreed quietly. It wasn't. Silence settled. Final this time. Nothing left to pull from him. Nothing left to push. I turned and walked out. Didn't look back. Didn't need to. Outside, the night felt tighter, less forgiving. Like something had closed while I was inside. I got back in the Skylark and sat there for a second, hands on the wheel. Still. Then I exhaled. Slow. Controlled. Because now it was clear. I wasn't trying to break the system. I was moving through it. And it was letting me. That was the part that mattered. That was the part that didn't stop. I started the engine and pulled away from the curb. No hesitation. No second pass. Because Act 2 wasn't about finding the edge. It was about crossing it. And I already had. Chapter 21. Stockdale, B. 010-01026. 3 days passed without resolution. That was the first thing that didn't hold. In Riverbend, things move. Charges get filed. Statements get taken. Someone pushes a decision before it has time to settle. That's how the system keeps control. This didn't move. It held. Which meant something else was. I was back in the office when the call came through. Not the burner. Not the unknown line. Direct. Dennis. I let it ring once, then picked up. Keller. They're moving on you. No buildup, no buffer. Who? DA's office, he said. Riverbend wants to charge you on Walsh. Late, but clean. What are they pushing? I asked. Manslaughter, he replied. They'll argue escalation beyond self-defense. Say you crossed the line. I did. That's not helping. It's not supposed to. Silence. Short. Tight. You got time? he asked. No. You need to make time. I'm listening. Another pause, longer this time. They're not asking questions anymore, he said. They're building a case. That means it's already built. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I leaned back slightly, eyes on the office window. Same street, same movement. Nothing out of place. That scene in Ashwood, he started. Was clean, I said. Too clean. I know. They're saying you forced it. That's the report. That's what they're filing. Difference mattered. They didn't ask you, I said. No. They told you. Yes. Silence settled. He exhaled on the other end. You need representation, he said. I've got it. No, you don't. I will. That's not how this works. It is here. He didn't respond to that. Didn't try to. He was past that point. Come down, he said. We get ahead of this. I can still slow it. You can't. I can try. That's not enough. It's what we've got. I let that sit. Measured it. Then. I'll come in. Now. Soon. That's not good enough. It's what you're getting. Silence. Then. Don't disappear on me, he said. I'm not disappearing. That's not what it looks like. That's because you're not seeing it from where I am. Same line, same distance. He let it go. 2 hours, he said. If you're not here, I move without you. That tracks. The line went dead. I lowered the phone and set it on the desk. Didn't move right away. Didn't reach for anything. Just let the room settle. 3 days. No contact from her. No calls. No corrections. Nothing from the system. That wasn't absence. That was alignment. They didn't need to adjust. Everything was already moving where it needed to go. The door opened behind me. No knock. No warning. Cindy. She stepped in and closed it behind her. Not FBI, not operational. Personal. You're hard to find, she said. I wasn't hiding. That's not what it looks like. Same words. Different weight. What are you doing here? I asked. Trying to get ahead of this before you make it worse. That's not happening. It already is. She stepped closer. Set a file on the desk. Didn't sit. Didn't wait. Riverbend DA is filing, she said. They're pushing manslaughter with escalation. I know. Then you know how this plays. Yes. Then why are you still here? Because this isn't where it ends. That's not your call. It is right now. She shook her head. You're doing it again, she said. Doing what? Cutting everyone out. I'm not cutting you out. You stopped answering my calls. I needed space. That's not what this is. It is from my side. Silence. Short. Controlled. You're too close to this, she said. I know. No, she replied. You don't. I didn't respond. Didn't deny it. Because she was right. You killed Walsh, she said. Yes. And you're still chasing the case. I'm not chasing it. Then what are you doing? I'm moving through it. That landed. Same as before. She didn't like it. You don't get to operate like that, she said. Not anymore. I don't have a choice. You always have a choice. Not here. That's what scares me, she said. Silence stretched. Longer this time. You need to come in, she continued. Sit down with Dennis, with the DA. Get representation. Control this before it controls you. It already does. That's not how this works. It is now. She looked at me. Not through the case. Not through the job. Just me. You're going to lose everything on this, she said. I already have. That's not true. It is where I'm standing. That held. Heavy. Defined. You don't come back from this, she said. I'm not trying to. That's the problem. I reached into my coat and pulled the letter out, set it on the desk between us. She looked at it. Didn't touch it. What is that? She asked. Position. That's not an answer. It's the only one that holds. She shook her head. You sound like them. I'm inside it. No, she said. You're losing yourself in it. I didn't respond, because there wasn't a clean way to separate the two anymore. She stepped back. Distance, not retreat. Just space. You've got 2 hours, she said. After that, this moves without you. I know. Then use it. She turned and walked to the door. Stopped. Didn't look back. Don't make me come find you again, she said. Then she left. The door closed. The room held. Same as before. Nothing shifted on the surface. Everything already moving underneath. I picked the letter back up, folded it once, slid it into my coat. Then I reached for my keys, because it wasn't about staying ahead anymore. It was about surviving what was already in motion. And the next move wasn't mine alone to make. Chapter 22. Stockdale, B 01001026. I didn't take the direct route, not to the 132nd, not anywhere that made sense on paper. I let the car move through Riverbend without committing to a destination, long enough to feel where the pressure was sitting. Traffic patterns, lights, timing, everything held the same surface as before. Nothing obvious, nothing out of place. That meant the shift wasn't in the streets. It was in the sequence. 2 hours. Dennis's line. Cindy's line. Same clock. Different outcomes. I turned onto Monroe, passed the precinct without slowing, and kept going. That wasn't avoidance. It was timing. I needed one more piece before I stepped into their version of it. The phone lit. Unknown number. Same structure, I answered. Yeah. Your window is closing, Marty. Her voice didn't carry urgency. Didn't need to. You set the window, I said. No, she replied. I am observing it. That's not what this looks like. That is because you are still assigning intent. Same correction. Same removal. I took the next turn without signaling. Riverbend DA is filing, I said. Manslaughter. Escalation. Yes. No hesitation. They're moving fast. They are moving as expected. Because of you. No, she said. Because of alignment. I let that sit. Measured it. Then why now? I asked. Because you have crossed into a state that requires resolution. Legal resolution. Structural resolution. Difference mattered. You're letting them take me, I said. You are being processed, she replied. That is not the same. From my side, it is. Your side is no longer the reference point. That landed. Clean. I slowed at the light and let it turn red. Didn't move, didn't check the mirror. You said I was viable, I said. You remain so. Then why close the window? Because viability requires constraint. Silence. Tight. You're containing me. Yes. No variation. No hesitation. For what? A pause, measured. To determine persistence under loss of control. There it was. Not the case. Not Walsh. Not Stockdale. Me. You're testing me, I said. No, she replied. The structure is observing. And you're what? I am ensuring alignment. Same answer. Same absence. I watched the light shift back to green. Didn't move right away. You want me in that room, I said. With Dennis. With the DA. Yes. Why? Because that is where your next position resolves. Or collapses. Silence. Then, that distinction is yours. Not hers. Not the system's. Mine. That was new. You're not going to stop it, I said. No. You're not going to help me. No. You're going to let it play. Yes. Same pattern. No deviation. I exhaled slowly. Let it settle. Stockdale breaks next, I said. Yes. Port Calusa. Yes. Then this doesn't end here. No. The light had already changed again. Cars moved around me. Didn't honk. Didn't react. Like I wasn't there. Or like they had already adjusted for me. You're not telling me where Artemis is, I said. No. You're not giving me an exit. No. You're giving me a direction. Yes. I nodded once. Didn't argue it. Because that part was already decided. Then I'll take it, I said. You already have. The line went dead. I set the phone down and pulled through the light. No hesitation now, no drift. The precinct sat 2 blocks ahead. This time I didn't pass it. I turned in, killed the engine. Sat there a second, hands on the wheel. Still. This wasn't about control anymore. It was about position. I stepped out and went in through the front. No side entrance, no back hallway. Straight through the door. Ronnie, the desk officer, looked up, recognized me, didn't say anything. Didn't need to. I kept moving. Bullpen. Same noise, same movement. Dennis was waiting outside his office. Didn't wave me in. Didn't speak right away. Just watched me cross the floor. You made it, he said. I said I would. Cutting it close. That's the window. He didn't like that. Didn't respond to it. Come on, he said. I followed him in. This time the room wasn't empty. Assistant D.A. Collins sat at the table. Mid-40s. Clean suit. Clean file. The kind of man who builds cases before he asks questions. He didn't stand. Didn't offer a hand. Just looked at me like he already had the answer and was waiting to see if I'd match it. Mr. Keller, he said. That's me. Sit. I did. Dennis stayed standing. That mattered. You understand why you're here, Collins said. Yes. Then let's not waste time. He opened the file. Didn't look down. Didn't need to. Joseph Walsh, he said. Deceased. Blunt force trauma. Alleyway adjacent to a private business. Yes. You engaged? Yes. You escalated. Silence. I didn't answer. Dennis shifted slightly behind me. Collins didn't look at him. That's not a question, he said. It is from my side, I replied. He studied me for a second. Adjusted. Then answer it, he said. Yes. There it was. Clean, no defense. No angle. Just fact. Dennis exhaled behind me. Quiet. Controlled. Collins nodded once. Good, he said. That simplifies things. He closed the file. That was the 4th tell. He didn't need anything else. We're filing, he said. Manslaughter with escalation beyond self-defense. I know. You'll be processed. Yes. You'll need representation. I will. He leaned back slightly, measured me. You don't seem surprised. I'm not. That's unusual. Not tonight. Silence. Short. Defined. You're either very confident, he said, or very out of options. Both. That landed. Different. Dennis didn't move, didn't interrupt. He was watching, not the case. Me. Collins nodded again. All right, he said. We proceed. He stood. Closed the file. Detective, he added, glancing at Dennis. You've got him. Dennis stepped forward. On me, he said. Collins left. Door closed. The room shifted, less formal, more real. Dennis looked at me. Longer this time. You just walked into that, he said. Yes. You didn't even try to push it. No. Why? Because it doesn't change anything. That's not how things are done. It is here. Same line, same weight. He shook his head. You're giving up control. I already lost it. Silence, heavy, final. Turn around, he said. I did. Hands back, cold steel. Click, cuffs, no resistance, no hesitation. Because this part wasn't mine anymore. Dennis stepped in close, voice low. You better have something coming, he said. I do. What? I didn't answer. Because that part wasn't here yet. He led me out of the room. Bullpen quieted just enough to notice. Not much. Just enough. Processing. Movement. Doors opening. Closing. I walked through it without looking at anyone. Didn't need to. Because now, it wasn't about where I was going. It was about what had already been set in motion. And whatever came next wasn't going to wait for me to catch up. Chapter 23. Stockdale. B0. 10. 010. 26. Processing didn't take long. It never does when everyone already knows who you are. They didn't march me through the front. Dennis kept it through the back corridor. Same chipped paint, same low hum of bad lighting. But the difference was in the eyes this time. Word had moved ahead of me. It always does. A couple of uniforms I'd worked with before stood off to the side when we passed. Didn't say anything. Didn't need to. One of them, Ramirez, gave a slight nod. Not approval, not sympathy. Recognition. That landed heavier than anything said out loud. I kept moving. Fingerprint station first. Inkless scanner. Cold glass under my fingertips. The tech behind the desk didn't meet my eyes. Right hand, he said. I gave it. Left. Done. Full set. Done. Routine. Clean. Like I was just another name moving through the system. Except I wasn't. That was the part everyone felt but no one said. They took the photo next. Flash hit hard, flattened everything. Face, posture, whatever was left of the line between who I was and what I'd stepped into. Step back. I did. No comment. No extra look. Just process. Property next. Wallet, watch, keys, phone. The phone paused the room for half a second. The officer bagging it, Dawson, looked at it like it might do something. It didn't. Not here. He sealed it anyway. Sign. I signed. Same name, same hand. Didn't feel the same. They walked me past holding. Not into it. That mattered. Interview room instead. Same one Dennis had used before. Same table, same chair. Same light that didn't quite sit right. He didn't come in. That mattered more. I sat, hands free, door closed. Time passed. Not tracked. Didn't need to be. Voices carried through the wall once, then again. Then clearer. Dennis. Different tone. Not for me. For someone else. Stockdale didn't hold long. That tracked. Men like him don't break from pressure. They break from visibility. Dennis didn't ease into it. I could hear it in the cadence. Direct. Controlled. No space for deflection. Dr. Stockdale, we're past routine questions. A chair shifted. Stockdale's voice came through thinner than it had at the house. I told you everything I know. No, Dennis said. You told me what you thought would hold. Silence. Then. I don't understand what you want from me. You're moving money, Dennis said. Structured, timed, off book. That's not a misunderstanding. That's not. Don't, Dennis cut him off. We're not doing that part. Silence again. Longer. You know Walsh is dead, Dennis continued. I heard. You were connected. I didn't. You were connected, Dennis repeated. Something shifted on the other side of the wall. Not volume, not tone, structure. Stockdale's breathing changed. Faster. Less controlled. They told me what to do, he said. There it was. They, Dennis said. Start there. I can't. You can. No, Stockdale said, voice cracking now. You don't understand. Then help me. A pause. Then. They don't ask, Stockdale said. They place it. Same word. Same fracture. Dennis didn't interrupt. Let him run. They knew everything, Stockdale continued. Accounts, timing, the debt, all of it. I didn't go looking for them. They came to me. Who? I don't know. That's not going to hold. It's the truth. Dennis shifted. You've been routing funds through ghost entries. Arthur Vane. He's not real. I know, Dennis said. That's the point. Silence. Then. They told me where it goes, Stockdale said. Where? Port Calusa. There it was again. Node confirmed. And after that, Dennis pressed. I don't see it, Stockdale said. It fragments, splits, then it's gone. Not gone, Dennis said quietly. Stockdale didn't respond, because he knew. You're laundering, Dennis continued. Not for yourself. No, for them. Silence. Then. Yes. Clean. Final. That was the break. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a man realizing the room had closed around him. They'll remove me, Stockdale said. Dennis didn't answer. Didn't need to, because that part was already in motion. The door to my room opened. I didn't look up right away. Didn't need to. I knew who it was before she spoke. You always did hate these rooms. Dr. Megan Davis stepped in and closed the door behind her. No badge, no coat. Just her. You shouldn't be here, I said. I was already here, she replied. That tracked. She moved closer but didn't sit. Stayed standing across from me, like she wasn't sure what position to take. You look fine, she said. I am. That's not what I meant. I know. Silence settled between us. Different than before. Heavier. I told Cindy not to call Ajax, she said. That landed. Why? He's barely holding through PT, she said. Last thing he needs is this. He'd want to know. He will, she replied, when it doesn't slow him down. That was her line. Clean, controlled, protective. You don't get to carry everything, she added. I'm not carrying it. You're standing in it, she said. Same phrase, different voice. I didn't respond. You're being charged, she said. I know. Manslaughter, escalation. I know. She nodded once, like she was confirming it against something she already understood. You always said there was a line, she said, that you'd know when you got close to it. I did. And I crossed it. Silence. No denial, no angle, just fact. She took that in, didn't push it, didn't soften it. You're not done, she said. No. That's what scares me. It should? She exhaled slowly, stepped closer. Not much, just enough to matter. You're not alone in this, she said. I am in this part. That's not how this works. It is here. Same line, same weight. She shook her head. You keep saying that like it makes it true. It does from where I'm standing. And where is that? I didn't answer. No, because I couldn't put it somewhere she could stand too. You don't look surprised, she said. I'm not. That's worse. I know. Silence again. Longer. She looked at me like she was trying to find the version of me that used to sit across from her in rooms like this. Didn't find it. You need a lawyer, she said. I've got one. No, you don't. I will. She studied me, measured it. Then, you're waiting on someone. Yes. That was enough for her. She didn't ask who. Didn't need to. Don't disappear on me, she said. I'm not disappearing. That's not what it looks like. That's because you're not seeing it from here. Same answer. Same distance. She stepped back. Not retreat. Just space. I'll be here, she said. However, this place. I know. She turned toward the door, stopped, didn't look back. You're still standing, she said. Different tone, different meaning. Then she left. The door closed. The room settled. Stockdale had broken. Dennis had the statement. The DA had the charge. Everything was moving exactly where it was supposed to. And I was sitting in the middle of it, not trying to stop it, not trying to outrun it, just waiting for the next move. Because whatever came next wasn't going to come from inside this room, and it wasn't going to wait much longer. Chapter 24. Stockdale, B. 01001026. They moved me after midnight, not to Holding, not to County, down one level. Quieter corridor, older doors, rooms that didn't carry the same noise as the rest of the building. Dennis didn't walk me this time. 2 uniforms I didn't know did. Professional. No conversation. No interest in who I was before I got here. That was fine. I wasn't that version of me anymore. They put me in a smaller room. No table this time. Just a chair bolted to the floor and a wall that felt closer than it should have. Light set lower. Not dim, just enough to take the edges off. Sit, one of them said. I did. Door closed. Lock turned. No sound after that. Time moved. Not in minutes. In shifts. The building above settled. Foot traffic thinned. Voices dropped. Systems idled into whatever they become when no one's watching them. I didn't try to sleep. Didn't try to track it. Just sat and let it hold. The first thing that changed was the air, not temperature. Weight. Same as the alley. Same as the seam. I didn't move. Didn't look at the door. Just waited. It opened without a key. No knock. No warning. Victoria Whitaker stepped in like the room had already been cleared for her. Same coat, same posture, same control that didn't need to announce itself. She closed the door behind her. Didn't lock it. Didn't need to. You have been processed, she said. Not a question. Looks that way. You have been charged. Yes. Manslaughter with escalation. Yes. She took a step closer. Not into my space, just enough to define hers. This is acceptable, she said. That landed, not like a verdict, like a parameter. From your side, I said. There is no my side, she replied. There is alignment. Same language, same removal. You aligned it, I said. No, she said. You entered it. Silence. Short, tight. Stockdale broke, I said. Yes. Port Calusa confirmed. Yes. And after that. Not your position, she said. That line again. Boundary. You're moving the case forward, I said. I'm not moving anything, she replied. The structure is resolving. That's convenient. It is inevitable. I let that sit. Measured it. You wanted me here, I said. In custody, contained. Yes. Why? Because you continue to operate under the assumption that control is required, she said. It is not. Silence. You removed it, I said. You surrendered it. Difference mattered. You think this limits me? I said. It defines you, she replied. That shifted it. Clean. Direct. No space around it. You crossed a threshold, she continued. Physical escalation confirmed. Legal containment established. Next. She held my gaze, long enough to make it clear she wasn't going to fill that in. Say it, I said. No. Why? Because you were approaching it correctly. That was the closest thing to approval she'd given. It didn't feel like it. You're not stopping this, I said. No. You're not helping me. No. You're keeping me in it. Yes. Same answers. Same structure, no deviation. You said I was viable, I said. You remained so. Under what condition? A pause. Measured. Persistence under constraint, she said. That was it. That was the test. Not movement, not control. Persistence. You're watching me, I said. I'm observing alignment. Same correction, same distance. You're here, I said. That's not observation. It is within this context. I leaned back slightly. Didn't break eye contact. You're closer than you were. No, she said. You are. That landed. Different. Because it was true. You're not going to tell me where Artemis is, I said. No. You're not going to give me a way out. No. You're going to let this play. Yes. Silence stretched. Longer now. Heavier. You're not worried about the charge, I said. No. You're not worried about the outcome. No. Why? Because the outcome is already defined. That's sat. Final. Defined. How? She didn't answer. Didn't need to. You're going to walk out of here, she said. On what? The report? Written by them. Yes. Aligned by you. She didn't respond. That was confirmation. You're not concerned I'll stop. You will not. Confidence. Absolute. You don't know that. I do. Silence. Then. You are still standing, Marty. Same words, different weight, status, not encouragement. She turned toward the door, stopped. One last correction. Do not attempt to exit the structure, she said. I didn't respond. Because you cannot. She opened the door, stepped out, closed it behind her. The room settled immediately. Air shifted back. Weight lifted, like she had taken something with her when she left, or left something behind. I sat there for a second, then leaned forward, hands resting on my knees, still. Because now it was clear. The charge didn't matter. The room didn't matter. The building didn't matter. This wasn't containment, it was placement, and whatever came next was already in motion. The door opened again. This time it was Dennis. No pause, no hesitation. You're out, he said. That was it. No explanation. No build-up. On what? I asked. Same as we discussed, he replied. Clean statement. Single actor. Self-defense holds. That was fast. Don't start, he said. I stood. Didn't argue. Didn't question it. Because that part had already been decided. They uncuffed me. Returned my watch. My wallet, my keys, not the phone. That stayed. Dennis walked me out. Same corridor. Same doors. Same building. Different position. You get lucky once, he said as we reached the exit. You don't get it twice. That's not what this is. I don't care what you think it is, he said. You step wrong again. I won't be in a room trying to help you. I know. He stopped at the door, looked at me, longer than before. You're not done, he said. No. That's the problem. It always is. He nodded once. Not agreement, not approval, just recognition. Get out of my building, he said. I stepped through the door, back into the night. Same air, same city. Nothing changed, everything different. I walked to the Skylark and sat behind the wheel, hands resting where they always did. Routine, control. None of it real anymore. Because now, it wasn't about getting ahead or staying in control. It was about staying in position, and the system had already decided where that was. Chapter 25, Stockdale, B. 01001026. They gave me back the phone the next morning, not in the office, not at the desk. Bagged. Logged. Returned like it hadn't mattered. That was the first thing that didn't sit right. I stood at the counter while Dawson slid it across. Same officer who'd bagged it. Same careful distance. Don't lose it, he said. I won't. He nodded like that was enough and moved on. I didn't turn it on right away. Didn't check messages, just slipped it into my coat and stepped out. Riverbend held its shape. Morning traffic. Coffee lines. People moving like the night before hadn't happened. That was the second thing that didn't sit. I walked the block to the office without rushing it. Same door, same glass, same reflection catching the street at an angle that didn't give anything away. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The room hadn't changed. Desk clean, files stacked, chair where I left it. But something in it had. Not visible. Felt. Like the space had been used in a way I couldn't see. That tracked. I set the keys down and stood there a second longer than I needed to, letting it settle. Then I moved to the desk and pulled the tablet up. Artemis's system came online without delay. Same stripped interface. Same access. Nothing added. Nothing removed. That was wrong. There should have been something. Residual. Drift. A sign of movement while I was inside. There wasn't. Clean. Too clean. I pulled Stockdale's files. Accounts, routing, ghost entries, Arthur Vane. Same pattern. Same splits. Same endpoint. Port Calusa. No deviation. No correction. Like the system hadn't needed to adjust for anything that had happened. Like Walsh's death hadn't touched it. That was the third thing. I sat back and let it run in the background. Didn't push it. Didn't force it. Because forcing it wasn't how this worked. The phone buzzed. I didn't reach for it right away. Let it hit once. Then again. Then I picked it up. Unknown number. Same structure, I answered. Yeah. You were released. Her voice. No shift. No acknowledgement beyond fact. Yes. You remain aligned. That's your read. It is the only one that holds. Same language. Same removal. I leaned back slightly, eyes on the office window. You let it happen, I said. The outcome was consistent. You cleaned it. No, she replied. It resolved. Difference. Always the difference. Stockdale confirmed Port Calusa, I said. Yes, that's where this goes next. No, she said. That is where it continues. Not escalation. Continuation. That mattered. You're not stopping me, I said. No. You're not helping me. No. You're letting me move. Yes. Same answers. No variation. You said I'd walk out, I said. You did. On your timeline. On alignment. I let that sit. Measured it. You're closer now, I said. No, she replied. You are. Same correction. Same truth. You've been in my office, I said. Yes. You've been in the precinct. Silence. Short. Then. Yes. That was new. Direct. No deflection. You're not worried about being seen? No. Why? Because visibility does not change outcome. That landed. Clean. Final. I reached for the tablet and shut the screen down. Not because I was done, because it wasn't giving me anything I didn't already have. Then I'll move to Port Calusa, I said. No, she replied. That stopped it. First deviation. Why? Because you are not positioned there. Then position me. Silence. Measured. You are attempting to accelerate beyond your viable range, she said. I'm moving the case forward. You are moving yourself out of alignment. Difference. Critical. Then what's next? I said. Pause. Longer this time. You will return to Ashwood, she said. Why? Because it remains unresolved. The seam? Yes, same word, same anchor. I stood. Didn't argue it. Didn't push it. Because that part had already been decided. You're not going to tell me anything else. No. You're going to let me find it. Yes. Same structure. Same pattern. You're not worried I'll break it. You will attempt to, she said. Same answer. No concern. No urgency. Just inevitability. The line went dead. I lowered the phone and set it on the desk. Didn't move right away. Because now it was clear. Port Calusa wasn't the next step. It was the end point. And I wasn't there yet. Not positioned. Not aligned. Which meant everything still ran through Ashwood. Through the seam. Through whatever I hadn't seen the first time. I grabbed my coat and headed for the door. No hesitation. No second thought. Because Act 3 wasn't about finding new ground. It was about finishing what was already in motion. And the only place that still held was the one I hadn't resolved. Ashwood didn't change. Same front. Same glass. Same clean lie. I didn't go through it. I cut straight to the alley. This time, no hesitation, no pause. I stepped into it like I belonged there. 6:11 wasn't the time anymore. It was the position. And I was already standing in it. Chapter 26, Stockdale, B. 01-001-026. I didn't make it 2 blocks. The phone rang before the second light. Dennis. I let it hit once, then picked up. Keller. Where are you? Driving. Stop. Not a request. I eased to the curb and killed the engine. Stopped. A breath on his end. Controlled. Too controlled. Stockdale's down. Silence held for a second. Where? His house. How long? Another pause. Short? Tight. Recent. How recent? Within the hour. That was enough. I'll meet you there, I said. Don't. I ended the call. Didn't wait for the rest, because I already knew what it was going to be. Stockdale Street was lit up when I pulled in. 2 cruisers, 1 unmarked. No crowd. No tape stretched across the yard yet. Just enough presence to keep it contained without making it visible. That tracked. I stepped out and moved toward the house. Dennis was on the walkway. Didn't wave me in. Didn't stop me either. He just watched me approach. You shouldn't be here, he said. I'm already here. That's not how this works. It is tonight. Same line. Different weight. He didn't respond to it. Didn't argue. Walk with me, he said. We went in together. No gloves offered. No formal entry. Just movement. The house hadn't changed. Same room. Same layout. Same place I'd stood before. Stockdale was on the floor, back against the wall this time. Not collapsed. Placed. head angled slightly to the side like someone had adjusted it after the fact. One shot, center mass, clean. No struggle, no overturned furniture, no broken lines in the room. Resolved. I didn't step closer, didn't need to. The read was immediate, same as Walsh. Different location, same structure. Dennis crouched near the body, careful, controlled. He didn't touch anything yet, just read it the way he always did. Then he stood, looked at me. "How long were you out?" he asked. 20 minutes. "That's not good enough. It's what I've got." He held that, measured it. Then, "Me put initial on it," he said. "Prelim puts time of death inside your release window." There it was. No emphasis. No push, just fact. I didn't respond, didn't shift, just held it. "You walked out of my building," he continued, "and inside that window, this happens." "Yes." "You see how that looks?" "Yes." Silence. Heavy. Defined. He stepped back, ran a hand across his jaw. "Ballistics is going to confirm it," he said. I didn't answer. Didn't need to. He saw it anyway. "You want to tell me before they do," he said, voice lower now. "Or you want me to hear it with everyone else?" "It's my weapon." The words landed flat. No defense, no angle, just placement. Dennis closed his eyes for half a second, then opened them. "That weapon was logged," he said. "Processed. Held. Yes. And returned to you. Yes. And now it's here. Yes." Silence stretched, long enough to matter. "You didn't come here," he said. "No. You didn't fire that shot." "No." He nodded once, slow, controlled, then shook his head. "Doesn't matter," he said. "I know." "That's the problem." He stepped away from me, pacing once through the room, taking it in from a different angle. "Same structure," he muttered. "Same clean scene. Same lack of noise." He stopped, turned back. "You see it," he said. "Yes." "And you still walked into this." "I didn't walk into it." "Then what?" "I was placed." There it was. Out loud. No filter, no adjustment. Dennis didn't react right away, didn't dismiss it, didn't accept it, just held it. "You're telling me," he said slowly, "that something set this up, timed it, used your weapon, and dropped it inside your window." "Yes." "And you're not even surprised." "I am." "That's not what it looks like. It's not supposed to." Silence. He looked at the body again, then at me, then back to the body. "You understand what this is now," he said. "Yes." "Murder." "Yes." "And you're holding it." "Yes." No hesitation. No denial, just fact. He exhaled, long, controlled. "Jesus Christ, Keller." I didn't respond, because there wasn't anything to add. The room held, same as before, same weight, same structure. Dennis stepped toward me again, closer this time. "This is where it stops," he said. "It doesn't." "It does for me," he snapped. "You were one body inside something I could still manage. This," he gestured toward Stockdale. "This is a pattern. I know. And you're in the middle of it." "Yes." "Then I take you out of it. You can't. That's not your call. It isn't yours either." That landed wrong. For both of us. "You're not walking out of this one," he said. "I already did." Not this time. He reached for his cuffs. No hesitation now, no delay. Just action. "That's not going to change anything," I said. "It changes my side." "That's not the one that matters. It's the only one I've got." The cuffs clicked, tighter this time, different than before, not process. Containment. "For the record," he said, voice low, controlled. "You are now a suspect in a homicide tied directly to your weapon, inside a provable timeline." "I know. You got anything you want to say before this locks?" I took a second, looked at Stockdale, then back at Dennis. "Yes." "What?" "This was already in motion." He held that. Didn't argue it. Didn't accept it. Just let it sit. "Then, turn around," he said. I did. Because this time, it wasn't about walking into it. It was about staying inside it. And whatever came next was already positioned. Chapter 27, Stockdale, B, 010010226. Dennis didn't say another word on the ride back. That told me more than anything else could have. The first time he'd been angry. The second time he'd been trying to help. Now he was quiet. Quiet meant the line had moved. I sat in the back this time, cuffed. No courtesy. No front seat. No old familiarity pretending it still had weight. The city passed in pieces through the side window. Streetlights, storefronts, wet pavement. People moving through Riverbend like they had somewhere clean to go. I didn't. Not anymore. Dennis pulled into the 132nd and killed the engine. He stayed there a second before getting out, hands on the wheel, head forward. "You understand what happens now," he said. "Yes." "No," he replied. "You don't." He stepped out before I could answer. The back door opened. Cold air came in. So did the rest of it. They processed me harder this time. No quiet nods. No half-sympathetic looks from officers who knew me before this became what it was. The room had changed, or maybe I had. Either way, no one mistook this for routine anymore. Walsh was one thing. Stockdale was another. Same case file. Different weight. They took my coat, my wallet, my keys. No phone. That had already been taken. No gun. That was evidence now. My gun. Stockdale's blood. A timeline that put me near enough to hang. That was the structure. Clean, tight, usable. They put me back in the same interview room. Same table, same bad light. Same chair, different charge sitting outside the door. Dennis came in 5 minutes later with Assistant DA Collins. No small talk. No pause. Collins placed a folder on the table and sat across from me. Dennis stayed standing behind him, near the wall. That mattered. He wasn't leading this anymore. Collins was. "Martin Keller," Collins said, "you are now under investigation for the homicide of Dr. Brian Stockdale." I figured. That's not something you should be casual about. I'm not. You were released from this building within the estimated time of death window. That is what you have told me. Your registered weapon was used. That is what I have been told. You are known to be actively investigating the victim. He is on my client list. You confronted him shortly before his death. I did confront him that day. You see the problem. I see the placement. Collins looked at Dennis. Dennis didn't react. Didn't help. Collins looked back at me. Is that your statement? No. Then give me one. I didn't kill Brian Stockdale. Where were you when he was shot? Driving? Alone? Yes. No witness? No. No camera? Not one that will help me. Collins leaned back slightly. That answer told him more than I wanted it to. Convenient, he said. Designed. He closed the folder. Mr. Keller, you are not helping yourself. I know. You need counsel. Yes. Do you have counsel? I didn't answer right away, because for the first time since I got back from Africa, the next move wasn't mine. It had never been mine. I just hadn't wanted to admit it. The phone in Collins' pocket rang. He frowned, not because it rang, because of how it rang. He took it out, looked at the screen, and his expression shifted. Small, but there. "This is Collins." He listened, didn't speak. His eyes moved to me, then to Dennis, then back down. "No," he said. "That's not." He stopped. Listened again. Longer this time. The room changed without moving. Collins stood, turned slightly away. "Understood." He ended the call and looked at Dennis. "His attorney is here." Dennis looked at me. I didn't move. Didn't breathe differently. Didn't need to. Collins gathered the folder. "That was fast," Dennis said. "Apparently he was already retained," Collins replied. Dennis looked back at me. "By who?" The door opened before I answered. Artemis Bozeman stepped in like he'd never left Riverbend. Same controlled swagger. Same clean suit. Same grin sitting somewhere between insult and genius. Hair sharp. Glasses low enough to look over. A leather briefcase in one hand. No panic. No rush. No surprise. He looked at Collins first. Then Dennis. Then me. "Gentlemen," he said. "You're speaking to my client without me." Collins didn't like that. Dennis didn't either. I didn't say anything. Artemis set the briefcase on the table and opened it with one hand. "You can both relax," he said. "I'm sure nobody here intended to violate anything important." Collins's jaw tightened. "You are?" Artemis looked almost offended. Artemis Chadwick Bozeman, attorney of record for Martin Keller, effective before this conversation became useful to anyone. Dennis stared at him. "You've been gone." "I've been busy." "That's not an answer." It rarely is when I'm the one giving it. There he was. Same mouth, same timing, same man who could walk into a room full of pressure and make it feel like he had been waiting for everyone else to catch up. Artemis pulled a document from the briefcase and slid it across to Collins. "Retainer. Representation notice. Communication restrictions. Chain of custody preservation demand. Independent ballistic review request. Evidence handling notice. And before you ask, yes, all properly dated." Collins read the top page. His expression changed again. "You filed this 2 days ago." "I did. That was before Stockdale was killed." Artemis smiled. Not wide, not friendly. Sharp eye. Dennis stepped forward. "You knew this was coming." Artemis looked at him. "I knew something was coming." "That's not good enough." "It is legally." Collins closed the folder slowly. "This doesn't stop the process." "No," Artemis said. "It corrects it." Same word. Wrong room. Or maybe the right one. He turned to me then. First time. The grin faded. Not completely. Enough. "Marty." "Artemis!" A whole year sat between those two words. Cape Town. Arizona. The silence. The letter. The systems he left behind. The places that weren't empty but weren't occupied either. I didn't ask where he'd been. Not yet. He wouldn't answer in this room anyway. He looked at the cuffs, then at Dennis. "Take those off." Dennis didn't move. "He's a homicide suspect." "He's my client," Artemis said. "And unless you are charging him right now, those cuffs are theater." Collins held up a hand. "Remove them." Dennis didn't like it. He did it anyway. Cold steel opened. My hands came free. I didn't rub my wrists. Artemis noticed. Of course he did. He turned back to Collins. "From this point forward, no questioning without me present. No informal conversations. No hallway clarifications. No friendly detective routine. Anything already obtained after my client's request for counsel gets reviewed." "He didn't request counsel," Collins said. "He didn't have to," Artemis replied. I invoked on his behalf under existing retention. That's not how, Artemis cut him off sharply. It is when I'm right, Artemis said, and I am painfully, professionally, spectacularly right. Dennis looked like he wanted to hit him. I almost smiled. Almost. Collins stood. We'll continue this properly. No, Artemis said. You'll pause this properly. You're going to preserve the weapon chain, produce custody logs, secure all surveillance from the release window, and refrain from making a charging decision until my independent review has access. You don't dictate charging decisions. No, Artemis said. I make bad charging decisions expensive. Silence. That one held. Collins gathered his file. We'll be in touch. I know, Artemis said. Try not to call from a recorded line unless you mean it. Collins left. Dennis stayed. For a second, it was just the three of us. Then Dennis looked at Artemis. Where the hell have you been? Artemis closed the briefcase. Not here. That's obvious. And yet somehow still true. Dennis stepped closer. This isn't a game. No, Artemis said. It's a board. That landed where it needed to. Dennis looked at me, then back at Artemis. You better be as smart as you think you are. Artemis smiled. I'm smarter than I think I am. That's the problem. Dennis didn't laugh. He opened the door. You've got 10 minutes. Make it 15, Artemis said. Dennis stared at him. Artemis stared back. Dennis left. The door closed. The room changed. No more performance. No more audience. Artemis sat across from me. For the first time, he looked tired. Not broken. Not scared. Tired. That was new. You went to Arizona, I said. He nodded once. Yeah. Before I came back. Before you left Africa. That shifted it. You knew. I suspected. That's not the same. It was enough to move. Silence. He opened the briefcase again, pulled out a slim folder, and set it between us. No flourish this time. No joke. Meridian wasn't watching you, he said. Not at first. I looked at him. They were watching the people watching you. That held. Clean. Wrong. Right. And you watched them, I said. I watched the watchers, he replied. Then someone above them watched me notice. Victoria. He didn't say her name, I didn't either. You ran. I repositioned. That what we're calling it. That's what it was. He leaned back slightly. I cleaned the office, paid the rent, closed every line they could use to reach me directly. Left enough infrastructure for you to keep moving, but not enough for them to trace me through you. You went silent. I had to. No. Yes, he said, sharper now. I did. That was the first crack. Not big. Enough. If I contacted you, they got me. If I stayed, they contained me. If I moved early, I stayed external. External to what? He looked at me. The structure. Same word. Different mouth. That mattered. You know about it. I know enough to be terrified. That was new, too. Artemis didn't say things like that. Not unless they were true. You should have told me. I couldn't. You could have warned me. I did. The letter? He shook his head. No. That hit. Clean. Then who placed it? He didn't answer right away. That's not my layer, he said. I sat back. There it was. Confirmation without a name. She's above Meridian, I said. Yes. You know who she is. I know what she is. That's not the same. It's safer. I let that sit. What's Arizona? A fallback. Prepper bunker? Please, he said. I have standards. That almost sounded like him. Almost. Solar independent. Satellite isolated. Analog backups. No persistent digital identity. Enough processing power to watch their external movements without touching their internal systems. You've been watching this happen. I've been watching it become legally usable. I looked at him. He tapped the folder. Stockdale's death. Your weapon. Release window. Custody logs. That wasn't sloppy. That was authored. I know. No, he said. You felt it. I can prove parts of it. That was the first thing that sounded like leverage. Real leverage. What parts? Your weapon wasn't continuously secure. That held. There's a gap. 17 minutes, he said, between logged evidence transfer and property return staging. Your Colt moved through a room with no camera coverage because someone scheduled the camera maintenance 6 weeks ago. 6 weeks. Before Walsh. Before Stockdale. Before I even knew the case existed. That's not reactive, I said. No, Artemis replied. That's architecture. Silence. The room felt smaller. Or maybe the board did. Can you beat it? I asked. He didn't smile. No. Honest. Clean. Can you keep me out of prison? That's a different question. And... Yes, he said. Maybe. That was as close to hope as he was willing to give. I nodded once. What do you need? You to stop talking to cops like you're narrating your own funeral. Fair. What else? You follow my lead in every legal room. No improvising. No system poetry. No placement monologues in front of prosecutors. I don't do monologues. You absolutely do. I let that go. He leaned forward, voice lower now. And Marty? Yeah. They're not trying to convict you yet. That shifted everything. Then what? They're trying to define you. Same wordless pressure, same structure. They make you violent on paper, unstable, isolated, predictable. Then when they move the next piece, nobody questions why you're standing next to it. That was the point. Not guilt. Position. You came back because of that. I came back because now I can enter without being grabbed. How? He tapped the legal notice. As your attorney. That was Artemis, not hiding, not running, positioning. He stood and gathered the folder. Listen carefully, he said. From this moment on, I don't exist as your friend in public. I'm counsel. That's it. No old habits. No side conversations in hallways. No emotional reunions. Wasn't planning one. Good. I hate hugging. I looked at him. He looked back. For 1 second, the room almost remembered what we used to be. Then it was gone. He knocked once on the door. Before Dennis opened it, Artemis leaned close and said the last thing low enough that it belonged only to me. She calls you Marty because she doesn't see you as a man. I held his gaze. What does she see? Artemis straightened. A position she hasn't finished using. The door opened. Dennis stood outside. Artemis turned back into the lawyer before the room could catch him changing. We're done for now, he said. Dennis looked at me. I didn't say anything. Didn't need to. Because Artemis was back. Not late, not early. Positioned. And for the first time since October, knocked my legs out from under me. Something on the board moved that didn't belong to her. Top of form. Bottom of form. Chapter 28. Stockdale, B. 0101026. Dennis didn't walk me back this time. That told me where we were. 2 uniforms handled the movement. Different faces. Different pace. No conversation. No room for it. I didn't look back when the interview room door closed. Didn't need to. Whatever was left of that version of Dennis. It stayed on the other side, processing again, harder, faster, less human. They didn't ask me anything new, didn't need to. Everything they wanted was already written in the structure they'd been handed. Walsh, Stockdale, same case file, different weight. They took my coat, my wallet, my keys, no phone. That had already been taken. No gun. That was evidence now. My gun. Stockdale's blood. A timeline that put me near enough to hang. That was the structure. Clean. Tight. Usable. They moved me into holding this time. No interview room, no table, no illusion of control. Just steel, concrete, and a bench that didn't care how long I sat on it. I sat and let the space settle. Noise from the bullpen carried differently here. Duller. Filtered. Like the building decided what mattered and cut the rest. That was fine. Nothing out there mattered right now anyway. Voices cut through once, then again. Closer. Dennis, raised. That was new. I stood. Didn't move to the bars. Just listened. "You're pushing this too fast," Dennis said. "Not controlled. Not measured. Fractured." "Detective, the evidence supports escalation," Collins replied. "Evidence supports what you want it to support," Dennis shot back. "That's not how this works." "That's exactly how this works, and you know it." Silence. Then, "You had him in custody," Dennis continued. "You logged his weapon. You processed it. You returned it. And now it shows up at a second homicide inside a window that barely holds together. That's what the timeline indicates." "That's what the timeline says," Dennis corrected, "not what it proves." A chair moved. Paper shifted. "They're building a pattern," Collins said. "Two bodies. Same weapon, same investigator." "They're building a narrative," Dennis replied. That landed. Hard. Even from here. "That's your opinion. That's my job," Dennis said. "To know when something doesn't sit right." "And yet you brought him in." Silence. Different this time. Heavier. "I did my job," Dennis said. "And now we're doing ours." Footsteps moved away. Not both, just one. "Dennis." The door to holding opened a minute later. He stepped in alone. Didn't look at me right away. Closed the door behind him. Stood there, hands on his hips. Breathing controlled, but not fully. "You hear that?" he said. "Yes." "They've already decided." "I know. That's not how this is supposed to go." "It is here." He shook his head. Not in disagreement, in rejection. "No," he said. "No, it's not." He stepped closer. Not aggressive, not controlled either, just closer. "I've worked 15 years in this building," he said. "I know when something's off. I know when a case is clean, and I know when it's being pushed into shape. This is being pushed." "No," he said. "This is being written." There it was. Out loud. No filter, no hesitation. He was there now. Inside it. "You see it," I said. "Yes." "And you still think you can stop it?" "I think I can slow it." "That's not enough. It's what I've got." Silence settled between us. "You didn't kill Stockdale," he said. "No." "Walsh was a fight that went too far." "Yes." "This isn't that." "No. This is escalation." "Yes." That was the bridge. Clean. "Correct." He nodded once, like saying it out loud forced it into place. "First one, you lost control," he said. "Yes." "Second one, someone wants it to look like you didn't." "Yes." That landed harder than anything else he'd said, because now he wasn't arguing the case. He was seeing it. Walsh wasn't part of the system. He was the reason the system could use me. I didn't say that out loud. Didn't need to. Dennis stepped back, pacing once across the small space like it would give him room to think. It didn't. "There's a gap," he said. "In what?" "In your weapon chain." That tracked. "You saw it," I said. "I didn't just see it," he replied. "I chased it. 17 minutes. Same window. Same failure." "Camera down," Dennis continued. "Maintenance order filed weeks ago. Signed off clean. No flags. Architecture." He didn't react to the word. Not yet. "They'll bury that," he said. "Say it doesn't matter. Chain still holds." "It does from their side. From my side, it doesn't sit. That's the fracture." He stopped pacing. Looked at me. Really looked. "You're already past the point where I can pull you out," he said. "Yes. And you're not asking?" "No." "Why?" "Because this isn't about getting out." Silence. He let that sit. Didn't interrupt. Didn't push. Just waited. "For what?" he asked finally. "For seeing it through. That's not a plan. It's the only one that holds. Same structure. Same logic." He exhaled slowly. Long, controlled. Then he nodded. Not agreement. Not acceptance. Understanding. "That's it then," he said. "Yes. They're going to push this up." "I know. Murder charge." "Yes. You're going to get buried under it." "Yes." "And you're still standing here telling me it doesn't matter." "It doesn't." He let out a short laugh. Same wrong sound. Then he stepped closer again. Close enough now that the distance didn't exist. "For the record," he said quietly, "I don't think you did this." I held his gaze. "I know. That doesn't change what I have to do." "I know." Silence. Final this time. He stepped back, turned toward the door. Stopped. "One last thing," he said without looking at me. "What?" "If this is what you think it is." He didn't finish. Didn't need to. He opened the door, stepped out, then added it anyway, just low enough to carry. Then we're already too late. The door closed. The lock clicked. The cell settled. Same as before. But not the same, because now Dennis saw it. Not all of it. Not the structure, not her. But enough. Enough to fracture. Enough to stop believing the case in front of him. And once that happens, there's no going back. I sat down on the bench and leaned forward, hands resting on my knees. Still. Because this wasn't about control anymore. It wasn't about movement. It wasn't even about survival. It was about position. And the system had already placed everyone exactly where it needed them. Dennis, Collins, Stockdale, Walsh, me, and whatever came next was already written. Outro chapter. Book 11. The October Surprise. October doesn't start with the fall. It starts with the illusion that you're still standing the same way you were the day before. Same ground, same balance, same control. Then it shifts. Not loud, not fast, just enough. And when it does, it doesn't knock you down clean. It clips your knees from out under you, and it doesn't stop when you hit. It takes the advantage. They processed me before sunrise. Different building, same routine. Name, prints, photograph. A record that doesn't care what actually happened, only what can be held together long enough to pass. They walked me through 3 doors and left me in a cell that didn't offer anything back. Concrete, steel, and a strip of light that tells you the day has started without telling you what it's worth. I sat on the edge of the bunk and let it settle. There wasn't anywhere else to go. Walsh stays with me, not the report. Not the file. The moment. Hands. Breath. Impact. A fight that didn't stop when it should have. That one doesn't belong to the system. That one's mine. It doesn't matter how clean everything else looks, how structured, how placed, how inevitable. That part doesn't move. That part holds. Stockdale wasn't like that. He didn't fight. He didn't get a choice that looked like one. 4,000 a week. A name that didn't exist. A path that didn't lead to anything he could point at. He wasn't building something. He was holding something together long enough not to break. They didn't ask, he said. They placed it. Same word I'd been hearing from a different voice. Same structure. Different man. He didn't know who they were. That was the point. You can't fight something that never steps into the room. You just do what it tells you to do until it doesn't need you anymore. Then it resolves you. They'll build it clean. They already are. First a fight, then a gun. Blunt force. Then escalation. Same investigator. Same direction. It reads the way it needs to read. It holds the way it needs to hold. Because structure doesn't care about truth. It cares about stability. And right now, I'm the piece that stabilizes it. Artemis will find the gaps. He always does. 17 minutes where a chain broke without breaking. A camera that went dark before anyone knew to ask why. A weapon that moved just enough to make everything line up after it was already decided. He'll make it expensive for them to pretend it all fits. Maybe expensive enough to matter. But even if he does, that doesn't change where I am. Cindy's out there trying to decide how close she wants to stand to this. Megan made the right call keeping Ajax out of it. He's got enough to fight through without this pulling him back under. Some damage doesn't need to spread to do what it's going to do. This is one of those things. Victoria won't come back. She doesn't need to. She said what mattered. You're still standing, Marty. Not encouragement, not approval, status. That's October. It doesn't end you. It doesn't give you the clean fall or the final break. It leaves you standing just long enough to understand what's been taken and what's still in front of you. I sit in a cell that doesn't care who I was before I got here. I've got a charge that fits, a story that holds, and a system that's already decided where I belong inside it. There's no clean way out of that. No move that resets the board. No version of this where I step back into something that looks like control. There's only forward, not by choice, by position. October took the ground out from under me, took the advantage, kept it, left me standing anyway. And now comes November. November doesn't push. It doesn't take. It doesn't need to. November waits. It lets everything settle into what it's already become. It lets the noise die. It lets the movement stop. And then it counts. What's left? What's gone? What it cost to get here. A requiem isn't about revenge. It isn't about fixing anything. It's not even about justice. It's about naming what's been lost and understanding what still remains after it's gone. Walsh, Stockdale, Ajax. Pieces of something I stepped into before I understood what it was. Some of it mine, some of it placed, all of it paid for. I'm still standing, not because I won, not because I fought it off, because it's not